uh, let's jump into the topic. Today, to begin with, I want to start with a system model so that all of us kind of understand big picture. And now that all of us have started playing with pieces of it, we can kind of put the big picture together. And then through that, we can then go into teach mate design details, then the student mate design details. Okay. So, is this visible and audible to Anupama ji?
Yes, Ji.
Okay, all right. And then, okay, so looks like Varun ji is not here. All right, he said he was not feeling well. Okay. So, some simple fundamentals, so that all of us understand when we say system design, what we mean by it. So, what is a system? A system, in the most fundamental sense, is nothing but a collection of noun and it is modifiable by verbs. That's the most fundamental definition, right? Noun and verbs. Any system you take, yeah. Then what is system boundary? System boundary is a border surrounding a collection of nouns. What we call as a system is, say, house. House is room, cart, so on and so forth. So some kind of a border is surrounding. So there is a system boundary. And what do you notice at the boundary of a system? A set of key nouns, which you can call as outcomes, yeah, can be observed at the boundary. So as a simple example, a mobile as a system, when you press this button, it turns on. So it's observable at the boundary, right? You turn this, you press this, volume increases. It's observable at the boundary. So like that, a system, this is a collection of noun and verbs. And there is a border, right? This is a system boundary, generally. Then what is the outcome or system purpose? Any system that humans design is meant for certain purpose, certain outcome. We expect certain functionality, right? That is what is called as outcome. So some noun or nouns of importance to the designers of the system. You, as a designer of the system, you have a certain outcome expected from this. You, as a designer of the system, have an expectation from your teach mate, from student mate, so on and so forth. So the designer and what main outcome the designer is expecting is the primary view of a system purpose. So architecture, there are multiple ways in which we can architect systems. One of the way that is most practical and well tuned or well connected with business purposes called as outcome-based architecture, right? See, you can define an architecture by its technical capabilities, but outcome-based architecture, what is the outcome that we want here? Good sound quality, good communication, let's say as an example. Then, your architecture, how do you organize things will be for that particular outcome. You can organize it for, it's a great camera. You can organize it for, it's a great camera. But is that the primary outcome that you are looking for from this thing? So like that, you have to define, and based on that, you have to decide the architecture. So any architecture is based on key outcome. Yeah, that's called as outcome-based architecture. So architecting or organizing nouns and verbs to create outcomes, right? Okay. What is system design then? System design has broadly two aspects to it. There is an abstract design, which is nothing but organizing these nouns and verbs first in the mind space to create desired outcomes. So first we have to kind of think about it. Mind, when I use the word mind space, it is not necessarily only in the mind space. You can use tools to kind of visualize what is there in the mind space. That's why we use these block diagrams or various pictures to kind of give a sense to what is that we're discussing. Then that abstract design becomes materialized through a physical design. Meaning what? Tuning this abstract design for material space in which the system is expected to function. So as a simple example,
So we say the print of building and then the
physical building, right? To construct the building, you need cement, bricks, sand, quality of the earth, so on and so forth. So many things that you look at, right? So that's the blueprint. You have to then make sure that it is working in that context, in the physical context. Similarly, what is that you and I have to deal with? You and I have to deal with digital system, digital means it's a computerized system. A digital system has primarily only three aspects: computer, network, and protocol. Right? There's something called a computer. It could be of this form factor, or it could be of this form factor, or it could be a tab form factor, or it could be a television form factor. All are computers. So a computer network, they're connected with each other through some kind of a network. And there's a protocol, right? This is the material space, just like how a building, a home, is in the material space called earth, bricks, sand, cement. Our solution, our creation is in the material space of computer network protocol material space, containing the noun and verb in the mind space. So this abstract design becomes a physical design in this way. Okay, so 5 fundamentals. Is this clear? Okay. Anupama ji, any question so far?
No, it's clear, Vijayji.
Okay, super. So then, let's jump into what is WizKid's Gurukula system. Okay, what is WizKid's Gurukula system? It is a system that we are creating for this major outcome, which is education for future deep-rooted in culture. Okay. And any system is usually people, process, and tools. Right? So the WizKid Gurukula system is people, process, and tools. People are students, teachers, parents, mentors, administrators, yada, yada, yada. Processes are various workflows that we'll be adopting under key functions, which is sales and marketing, operations, people, finance, and legal. So all of us will be dealing with different kinds of functions, workflows, processes, right? Tools, that is where all of us come into picture mainly. Tools are various digital and non-digital tools used by people for various process outcomes, right? So this is what any generalized system is, and this is what WizKid Gurukula is also. Now, the context for our today's discussion is WOW apps. Okay, WOW apps is what? Is nothing but digital tools used in WizKid's Gurukul to play WOW game. What is WOW game? We will go into that. So WOW game is nothing but Wizards of Wisdom game. This is the fundamental game that we will create in our solution. Through our tools, we'll all be playing this game. Okay, so we are not creating a learning system. We are creating a gaming system. And our game is called as WOW game. Okay. What is WOW game? Game to make learning journey of students of WizKid's Gurukul a fun and thrilling one. This is the fundamental focus of our system, right? How WOW game happens? So there's a player, or who we call as a student. The journey is to earn badges by completing quests which involve tasks. So our students will be earning badges. Their whole tuning is to earn badges. How they will earn badges? By completing quests, and the quests involve tasks. During earning tasks, every task they earn coins also. So they essentially are motivated by badges and coins. Okay. Guardians, teachers are the game creators. They create the journey, badges, quests, and tasks. Right? Then there's a galaxy maker or administrators. Different galaxy makers are there. There may be a marketing and salesperson coming and giving some input. Then there may be Prabhuji coming and giving some input. So all of them, for the time being, are classified as galaxy makers, administrators. And what is their primary purpose? Is to administer the journey and improve the setup. Right? So this is all the game is. This is the game that we will be creating through all the whatever that we do, right? It is to enable this playing of this game. Okay. So far, any questions? Is it all clear? Anupama ji?
Clear, Ji.
Okay, ji. Wonderful.
Coins are converted into badges also.
Yeah, that we can discuss, and yeah, fundamentally, their focus is on badging, earning badges. Badge roughly can map to a particular level, a particular subject. Science in 6th grade level 1 is a badge. And a particular topic or a lesson they learn is a quest. And the learning activities that they are performing they look at the video, they look at the quiz, they look at the research, all are tasks. And they say, I have 20,000 coins. I have 20 badges. Now I am aiming for the, like that, so on and so forth.
The coins, what happens after that? I think
That we can discuss. Coins, we can bring something, we can make it a marketplace, we can make it like trade, all that. See, now the moment we start thinking of it as a game, we can make the game as interesting because the focus is on fun and thrilling, right? It's all up to us now. Yeah. Okay. So now let's go into kind of like as you can see, we are kind of zooming in, right? What is the system we understood? What is WebGit Gurukula system we understood? What is WoW apps we understood? And once when we are looking at a WoW app at a very high level, generally in architecture, we have these levels of views. Okay. So the very first top level, if you look at it, like we discussed last time, 3 boxes view. Okay. There's an app box, there is or you can call it as a UI box, there's an API box, there's a DB box, right? This is a L1 level view, level 1 view. Just like how we all have seen the experience of Google Maps, right? Imagine, we are zooming in. If you zoom in, that becomes an L2 view, a slightly detailed view. What is a detailed view? We can start seeing in the landscape now, teach mate, student mate, mentor mate, ops mate, API, Google Classroom, bigger things that, all of us have been talking and dealing with. Now let's go a little more deeper. This is a L3 view. This is a kind of a slightly generalized view of each of our major applications. TeachMate app will be containing some UI, some microservices, some database. StudentMate app will look similar. Okay, now we explode it into next level detailed view. Okay, so now this very simple. If you just journey from the left to right, we will understand this. There's an authorization application. Authorization application is all about managing users' roles, authorization and authentication and authorization. That is the primary purpose of this auth app. Okay. So this entire, the word application, app, is essentially to represent this whole thing. This is a UI of that app. Okay. Any of our app will have a UI, a service layer, which we are generally calling as microservice. Microservice is because they're small, easily manageable, configurable, composable. Many benefits are there. Microservice. So MS, the word here MS represents microservice. The word UI represents user interface. Then this represents database view, not at a physical level. This is more like a conceptual level database view. Meaning what? Once when we go deeper into this layer alone, if let's say we create a L5 view or a L6 view of this layer alone, we will see many more tables that may be required to make this happen. But at a very high level, we can easily recognize all of them. We can think of them as the major resources that we are dealing with, because this will be the viewpoint or the kind of like a abstraction at which this deals with the data. And this is probably the level at which even the UI looks at it. So that's why, this is good enough for now. But as we go into design of the database, we may find more. So within the auth layer, what will we find? Users, roles. Auth N means authentication. Is this the user? Should I give the access to this user? Yes or no? Authorization. Can this user use this piece of information? Can this user, student, can the student see fee information? Can the mentor see, as an example, how much sales has happened? So like that, authorization is about how do you control access to who?
Business when I log in. But after that, it will ask, do you want this app to access all the checkboxes?
Correct. Absolutely correct. So somebody is given access to your home. There is they call and say there's a Amazon person. They call from there and you say, yeah, send him. That is authentication. Will you allow him inside? That is authorization. Yeah. Clear? Okay. So this is the authorization layer. This is the most important security aspect. Okay. Next comes teachmate, because the main purpose that we're serving through our entire solution is learning, right? So therefore, teacher, because they are the ones who are creator, guardians of this entire content, right? So teachmate UI, teachmate. For now, a single microservice has been thought of, but as we dig deeper today, we may decompose this into many more pieces. So this is what you're seeing here is called the decompositional strategy. So if you see here, see from here, see, we are decomposing, right? Meaning we are making it smaller and smaller pieces. So that it is easier to manage, right? Because at that big level, it's a mess. The moment I think of that as kitchen and this as kitchen and that as bedroom, I know what to segregate there, right? So that's a decomposition. So broadly at the data level, you will find two kinds of information as far as the teachmate is concerned. There is a teaching related content, there is a gaming related content. So K graph is nothing but the hierarchy of, we have that, right? Class, grade, level, whatever that level, right? And then knowledge is, okay, so at this level, it is work model based. So all that is managed here, right? T log is teacher's log. The teacher, the whoever is creating this, will interact with the system and will create, edit, modify, remove, do so many things, no? All that activity log, T log. Okay. Then there is a gamification aspect, right? Badges, quests, and tasks. Because this is connected to the K graph. So when they play this, when they complete this, they have to earn this badge. And when they complete this particular piece of knowledge, they will be given this particular coin. All that will be mapped here, right? So therefore, the gamification, how to gamify the learning is with the teachers in a way. That's why that information, that piece of information is here in the teachmate. Okay. So far, so good. Shall we move on? Anupama ji?
So what is the one MS that you have?
For now, it is called teacher MS. For now, as we dig deeper today, it essentially allows, for example, as a teacher, to create a knowledge graph, to add a new piece of knowledge, to connect a particular learning outcome to a badge. So like that.
It's like, the interface you are talking about.
Correct. So all that, how exactly the screen flow will be, what exactly are the APIs in order to deal with these resources. Microservice, everything is a tool at the end of the day because it serves some purpose. Yeah.
So the is like a database.
Is a database, correct. These are your, for lack of better terms, think of them as your resources that you're dealing with. This is what this database layer deals with, these resources. Yeah. Anupama ji, so far so good. Shall I move on? Are you
Yes,
there?
Ji. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Next, we had a piece called as registry, which I'm now thinking and proposing to call it as Gurukul, right? So there's a Gurukul UI, there's a Gurukul microservice, and there is Gurukul database, right? And if you look at the Gurukul database, it has Gurukuls, students, parents, attendance, kind of information. So because it happens in a particular space, right? And each space is unique for us. And what is happening in that space is unique for us. So as I started decomposing, this is what came to me. But again, all of this is for our discussion today. Please do not think that what I'm showing here is set in stone. This is to initiate our discussion. Okay, so we have Gurukuls. So we have authorized, the teachers have started creating content. We have now the physical space are the spaces where this content is going to be disseminated. Who will be consuming them? Students. So student made UI. And student made for now, there is simply a student journey log for now, right? Because everything else is going to come from other places. So what are they going to consume? They're going to consume knowledge. And when they consume knowledge, they will earn badges. So all that information essentially is a matter of logging, right? It's a matter of activity. So therefore, for the time being, the students themselves are not owners of any other resource other than the journey log. They're a player. Their job is only to keep playing. Therefore, journey log for now. But as we go deeper, we will see whether any more items have to come.
Like personal avatars.
Yeah, all that personalization and all that will come here, right? Last but not the least, most important thing is Intel. Intel is intelligence. So now we are gathering all this data, all these activities. So what all kinds of intelligence we can gather? We can gather what we can call as facts, which is nothing but how many students do we have in our system? How many teachers we have, how many lessons we have, who has completed how much, what level they are. Like you will ask such questions, no? Facts. Then future, given the student has done this much, is he likely to go and crack this exam? You are looking at the future, right? As an example, given this attendance track record, should we expect the student to continue in our Gurukul next year or not? Future, right? So intelligence has that aspect, fact and future. Fact is all about with the available data, you gather various kinds of metrics, insights. Future is all about you kind of use that to navigate to the future. Then LLM MS, I've combined it into intelligence, because LLMs, our ChatGPT, is going to give us intelligence, right, for various purposes. So for the time being, therefore, I've clubbed it as under Intel UI, so administration of the LLM. So the teacher will be using the LLM microservice, right? So what you see here is they can talk to each other. So teacher MS can talk to Intel MS, right? But who is the owner of the resource called, say, for example, ChatGPT is LLM MS. So teacher MS will not directly go and talk to this. So the conversations are all at this level, right? So they will not directly go and pick this, edit this, modify this, right? They'll have to work through the interfaces given by these purple colors, right? Purple color are the microservices, right? So therefore, right now it is clubbed here. Backend processes. Yeah. Okay. So with this picture, if you see, broadly, there are about 5 UIs, about 6 microservices. And of course, as we go deeper, it will lead to many more database tables. But for the time being, this 10, 14, 15 plus 4, 19 distinct resources. Okay. So this is not yet at a physical view, meaning what? We have not yet decided, okay, AuthMS is going to contain these 5 APIs implemented in Node.js. Intel MS will have these 10 APIs implemented in Python. We have not yet come to that stage. This is still at like I showed in system design, still at a mind space, right? It is still an abstraction. As humans, as designers, all of us are now, does it make sense? Is this a good approach? Pros and cons, all that we can discuss and debate now. Yeah. So this is we have already seen data model, but now the data model is what you can see here manifesting in this way, right? Okay, all right. So this is iLog is nothing but interaction log with the LLM, for the time being
in simple terms, chat history.
Chat history, or who has done what, why have they used it. So all of that will contain a lot of intelligence, no? Yeah.
Gemini also will contain.
We can keep adding. Yeah. So it's a wrapper. There's a wrapper. For the time being, I've shown only ChatGPT, but we can also bring Gemini. Yeah. And whether we need a Gemini, maybe say, for example, directly here is also another question that we need to discuss. But for the time being, all the LLMs are here.
So the teacher MS should actually go through LLM MS to get all the
Correct.
chat.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. As simple as that.
So the teacher MS and the LLM MS are actually kind of combined as a tool, right? So teacher is not directly interacting with the LLM. The two microservices are joined as a tool.
So in terms of how it physically appears, if you,
No,
Huh?
it's okay, how
Huh.
physically, but when you say, I'm trying to understand this microservice thing. So does teacher microservice itself include an LLM? Or is teacher MS interacting with LLM MS?
that is the current thinking. So teacher MS doesn't have its own LLM. I'm sorry. So teacher LLM, Gayatri ji, teacher MS is expected to talk to LLM MS to get whatever LLM intelligence that it requires. That is the current thinking. But if we find that this model is, as we go into actual details, if we find that it is not working, then we can modify. That's the current thinking. Yeah. So Prabhuji, what we are doing is, we have kind of looked into a big picture to, we are zooming in. What is the system? What is our Visgit Gurukula system? And then, so essentially, Prabhuji, this entire team, all of us are in the, what are we creating? We are creating a WoW game. What is a WoW game? Is to make the journey of the students fun and thrilling one. So the tools and the technologies, whatever we adopt, is only to create that outcome. Which outcome? The student has to feel that, learning is fun and thrilling. Okay. So
in this game, student is playing the game.
Yeah.
Our parents and these things, who are like parents and mentors and all,
Guardians.
guardians.
Yeah.
What are they in the game? They're
Yes, yes, Guruji.
they're-
So there's three roles are there, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
Player, guardian, galaxy maker.
So guardian is equivalent of some
Teacher. Teacher is a guardian, mentor is a guardian, and others, all the others are galaxy makers, the parents and others. So like that is the current thinking. Yeah. And then we are now zooming into the design. So at the top level, we see three boxes. Yeah. And then we dig a little deeper, we see this kind of a next level view. As we dig further, we see, and now this is the final, right now, logical view. So that today we can deep dive into each aspect. That is the whole thinking. So for example, what are the screens should we have in the auth? What are the service APIs we should have?
It's for student or teacher or both?
Both Prabhuji. This is for the end outcome of game, right? WoW game is created by collection of these many things. Yeah.
So are the teachers a part of the game or they're not in the game?
They're part of the game. So they are the ones who are creating the knowledge and connecting the knowledge to game. They are the rule makers. They say, okay, they're the game designers. They're the game designers. And they are the ones who will be playing the game. And the game will be played physically here in Gurukuls, and then of course in their laptops. Yeah. So this is a broad decomposition. So this is where we are as of now in our discussion. Gurukul UI, Gurukul microservice, and Gurukul. This box contains Gurukul's students, parents, attendance, all that. Yeah.
The student is not having any, the database is yet to.
SJL. Currently in the student mate, there's only SJL. But as we go dig deeper today, we can add other major resources. Okay. So if all of us are aligned at this level, then we can kind of dig a little deeper. So either we can see authorization, Gurukul, Intel, we will think later. Maybe to begin with, if we dig into teachmate and student mate, it will be better. So which side we want to take?
I think we are first, let's take teacher.
Teachmate, right?
That's the beginning of the whole.
Yeah. So now what's going to happen is, our focus is simply, say for example, Dhavalji will say, these are the 10, 20 screens, whatever, right? In teachmate. And I need these many major, let's say, data items. Maybe say some 5 data items. And we look at, how many APIs are required in TeachMate. How many, and then, we will design this also further. So it's an iterative. So once when we decompose like this, then, we put the actual screens, actual APIs, and we see whether it's all doing, is able to meet the requirements. If not, should I add a new screen? Should I add a new table? So like that, it's an iterative design. Yeah.
When you say data items,
So for example, here, I may need maybe another 5-6 more tables. Maybe I need, see, we have not yet gone into the level of what are the specific columns in the K graph. What does major tables and their columns and their relationship. So we have not yet done that modeling. But this now gives us a clear kind of a boundary to have our conversation. Yeah. Okay. So far so good. No. So now, as far as the TeachMate is concerned, there are some screens. Already we all have been seeing that almost on a daily basis. So one of the way we can begin is, the teacher MS. What APIs are going to be there? At a very simplistic starting point, the 6 things that you see here, through the MS, you'll be able to create them. You'll be able to modify them at the simplest level, right? So as a teacher MS, it will allow you to create a new badge. It will allow you to modify the badge information, so on and so forth, right? So therefore, what you're seeing, these bright colored blue box, dark blue block boxes, no? Start thinking them as your data resources, your resources. What your system, if TeachMate, what TeachMate is responsible for? What is the TeachMate is accountable for? These 6 items. What StudentMate is accountable for as of now? This thing, right? So the thing that I'm responsible for, okay, this is given here, these 6 things, right? And the purpose of a microservice is to make sure that that thing, whatever it is responsible for, it's created and its life cycle is managed. So the MS microservice ensures that it is enabling the life cycle management of these things. And this is giving access to those things to the user in an easy and understandable way. That's all it is, right? So therefore, the concern here, the main objective here is how to ensure that the teachers are finding it easy. The concern here is what all I am supposed to guard, and am I guarding it correctly? Yeah, so in the MS part, the concern here is, do I have all those resources and are they integrity of them? Meaning, badge is there, but the badge ID is not there. As an example, I'm just blindly giving, right? So like that, integrity. So the concern in each of the box is different. Yeah. So when we are discussing the design of that box, we'll have to deal with it from the viewpoint of the main concern that we want to address in that box. Yeah. So far clear? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe where the security issues for the child, like this is a child should not go to some aspect. Is that represented here?
Yeah. So it is represented in this box, Prabhuji. So there is a box called auth. Okay. So there are 2 aspects to auth: authorization and authentication and authorization. So for example, student, can the student do this? Authorization will have to be obtained from here, and only if it gives a thumbs up will the UI allow it to do.
This can the student do it? Is it English language this thing, or is it like a software program?
Yeah. So there are many ways of
Of this customization.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Is it more like a no code customization or coding hard coded?
Both are available, Prabhuji. So
Development is like today I want to change something to a student.
Yeah.
Authorization.
Yeah.
So can I do it as a no code solution or is a code solution? Like my question is, is the entire system, is it customization possible? And if it's possible, is it no code customization or code based customization?
So for example, for authorization, we can leverage the Google already has a good system. Because right now the assumption is that we are going to be relatively tightly integrated into Google. Okay, so that's again I would call it a business choice.
No, that's that will not revisit it. It's good choice.
Okay, so for the timing, if that choice has been made, then we will build our authentication and authorization layer integrated into Google's authorization and authentication services.
Correct.
And if, let's say, the administrators who need to manage it, we will expose a simple simplified layer.
Right.
Yeah. So to your question, Prabhuji, most of these are administered through various kinds of policy creation, policy removal.
And it's
Simple English for the end user. But we have to now arrive at that simplicity as we integrate into the Google. Yeah.
Do I need to really technical person to
Manage. No. The thought process is Darshan ji or Sharda ji should be able to manage.
So basically we need a meta language.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. And we don't have to invent the meta language. It's already there. We just have to figure out, to put it all together.
What is the intent of this question, Guruji?
The question is,
Hmm.
today we have done the system.
Hmm.
Tomorrow there's some customization.
Hmm.
Somebody will come and say, I want this customization.
Correct.
Now, what extent we allow the customization? Every time does it has to come back to design team
Hmm.
or typical Zoho and all.
Hmm.
They give a customization by the user.
Correct.
So that they use the meta language.
Correct.
Meta language will use the customization.
Correct.
Now our system is designed for customization by the designer or a amount of degree of customization allowed by the user. Maybe a mentor, maybe teacher, or maybe school, or maybe your parent.
Correct.
So if it is there, are we giving it a meta language by which they can?
No, Guruji. So I understand this from a very different perspective. This is a very specific coding solution.
Okay.
They will be able to not customize this beyond a point,
Yeah.
by themselves.
Okay.
So we define it by two words, Prabhuji,
Hmm.
capability and configuration, Prabhuji.
Hmm.
So see, these things that you see here will have certain capability. And those capabilities give you a degree of freedom called configurability, right? So within that core capability, the configurability is manageable by the end user. That is generally what you give as, okay, they can set this, uncheck this kind of thing. But the capability itself should be there.
Capability is not programmed.
The capability is what this team provides. Configurability is what?
Basically, services are provided to this team.
Yes,
Configuration services what the user will do.
is what the user
If
should.
they say that, tomorrow we want this thing to work in this way, then probably it's not something they can do.
No, it's a capability based.
Yeah, they will be.
So we have to distinguish between capability and configurability.
Yeah, but basically to the extent of whatever services are provided,
Yeah,
that is the design.
yeah.
And what is configuration to be done services
Is this layer. So this is generally where the configurability comes, Prabhuji.
yeah.
This is where the capability. Yeah. Okay. All right. So shall we dig deeper now? Yeah. Okay. So now what we can do is, Shravanji, you were mentioning, how do we kind of, let's say, define the APIs, right? So now, as you can see here, we can take the example of on the left-hand side, we can draw what kind of workflows. Okay, somewhere there, we can have a list of the APIs, and we can start seeing whether these APIs, as a sequence diagram for the workflows, whether they can come together. Is it so? For example, let's say we have, say, some 10 workflows. Okay, and let's say we have identified, say, some 6 APIs. In all these 10 workflows, are these 6 APIs capable, are able to handle it or not? Which workflow is breaking? So you can test your design by, is it breaking? If it is breaking, then something is missing. So then you iterate.
Yeah.
Make sense? Yeah.
Just one thing, the cane graphs.
Yeah.
There are two types of hierarchies or connections. One with respect to the knowledge, and another respect to, for example, the gurukuls and your thing there, which we don't give it, which is content free. So there will be another K graph in the GK UI also, equivalent, whatever.
Yeah,
And the knowledge, for example, the most thing that I've seen the teachers in is how knowledge is created and maintained through its life cycle.
yeah,
The other things are, which are as the knowledge is being used, the badges, quests, and tasks are defined and used and updated and all that.
yeah,
So important thing here is the knowledge, which
Yeah.
is the content,
yeah,
the
yeah,
content.
yeah,
Now, the entire content, management of it may not be done or it need not be visible to a teacher-made UI. What I'm seeing is a part of it may be independent to reduce the teacher-made UI's burden to do that, because a teacher-made UI then is going to be burdened with the entire knowledge content management system. A part of it may be in any other, maybe GK also, because it is common to the entire groups. So these are the changes I see in order to simplify it.
Say
Okay.
that again, please.
Basically, teacher made is designed for managing the course content in this thing. Knowledge management itself, which is one step above that, may not, is a different, more of it's an admin function rather than a teaching function. That's what is saying. KMS, what for knowledge management system.
Mm.
I would say that it should be a part of the admin management system rather than a teaching management system. Teaching.
Mm.
Admin itself is a variety of admin tasks for that.
Mm.
Post content, those things. It's like one of that.
But today, just because I have looked at this.
Post content. But the principal or somebody who is above will have a much bigger picture. He may say that this teacher's course itself is not bigger than this one. I'll throw it out. It's like one step above that. It's more of administration and management of the course.
Yeah. So the reason I was looking at is intuitively or whatever. This is what I built the Auth UI, Auth MSS, the GK MSS. Of course, I didn't go to student or Intel because that is not required. But these two, Auth and GK, I have put as system admin, which is mostly authorization, etc. School admin, which is GK, and I needed a third one, content management admin, so that teacher's focus is creating the knowledge, evaluating the knowledge. While creating the knowledge, he is maintaining knowledge and using the knowledge graphs, evaluate and creating the tasks. Evaluating the knowledge, he uses the part of the knowledge assessments and creates badges and creates specialized quests for the students. So this is what quests are tests, right? Tests equivalent.
Now, quests are, think of them as adventures, mini adventures. It may contain assessment, it may contain some learning material. Yeah.
Lessons.
Huh?
It's lessons.
Not necessarily lesson.
It's
In terms of a game, think in terms of a game. So game is to earn a badge. What does the game contain? It contains quests. Quest means, things that adventures, small adventures. And every adventure requires you to do something. Like a treasure hunt, right? So each step of the treasure hunt is a task. So treasure hunt itself is let's say a quest, like that. Yeah.
So let's go into the teacher made to have that clarity, because I didn't think out
Yeah.
too much of that. The other two, a
Yeah.
lot of APIs I've already generated. I understood how they're interacting.
So fundamental point you're making, Shravanji, is teacher made has knowledge management aspect and
Content.
the teaching content, teaching management aspect, right? So you're saying let's separate the knowledge management into its own, say, vertical stack, and the teaching aspect can be here, is what you are proposing. Yeah. So
We'll see.
let's see as we go into the details.
Here, knowledge can be called as content.
So in terms of understanding, knowledge is slightly higher level than content.
Content organized becomes knowledge.
Yeah.
Content is organized. Knowledge.
Organized content is knowledge.
Yeah.
Organized content.
Yeah. So the PDF, generally, you know, we tend to conceptually think of a particular item as content. PDF content, which is for reading. Video content for viewing and listening. Activity content for kinesthetics movement, right? So they are content. Content itself is not knowledge, right? So you say, okay, let's
Stitching everything for a one topic, for a gravity, stitching this video, this task, throwing a ball, that task, everything.
becomes
stitched
now
together,
the knowledge. Yeah, yeah. So therefore, we are dealing with knowledge management, not content management.
Not just.
Yeah.
What is the difference between content management and knowledge?
You want to say, Rajita ji?
Yeah.
Knowledge means organized content. For example, gravity, to teach one fifth standard student about a gravity, if you tell it just a definition and if you just show a video, that is content, that is just content. You are telling the facts, but you should stitch everything together and that becomes the knowledge of the gravity. Then he can tell that I have a knowledge about gravity.
Content is just putting together information.
Just facts.
Then.
So content organized or data, knowledge is structure. Yes,
It's understandable. So let's say there's so much of detail about gravity, they put together. There are content. But then for somebody to understand your title, heading, story, and all this, then it becomes knowledge.
Anupama is able to hear the other participants.
Anupama ji,
Yeah, I can hear. I can hear.
she heard you only.
Good.
Anupama ji has sharp ears like elephant. Okay, so
It's the change that we do based on this discussion.
yeah, no, that's a proposal that the teach may be broken into teaching management and knowledge management as two separate things, because teachment seems to be dealing with two main concerns. How do I teach, and what is that I want to teach?
It should be teaching and it should be knowledge.
So, for example, this is going to come in the teaching because there is a method, right? I'm employing a particular gaming method. And also maybe what lesson is connected, so on and so forth, is the teaching aspect. This is, and this also, of course, goes into the teachment. This becomes the knowledge aspect. K-graph and the knowledge. And yeah. Syllabus is nothing but
But knowledge management itself. Today, this subject should be added, this subject should be deleted, this subject is not good. That's one level higher than the knowledge.
So if we take Google Classroom today, so somebody else will be maintaining the entire Google Classroom, is that what you are saying?
Yeah.
Or the content that is coming from some place into the Google Classroom, this content is separated from the content in the Google Classroom. If you have to tell in that context.
No, Google Classroom is finally the lesson to deliver to the student.
So that's under teacher control.
That's under teacher control, right? Now, just above the teacher, let's say head of the department. She may say that this teacher, this subject is good. This like that approval business is there, no? So that approval will come in the knowledge management system.
So end of the day, all the structured content, who is managing, and teacher can see the content, but she cannot create anything.
no, teacher will be able to create content, but may have to be approved by.
So there, the teacher will have two roles: creation and approval. This is where we are speaking of approval roles.
Everyone might not have a subject knowledge of all the subjects, right? So why will Darshan, supposing Darshan doesn't know something about arts, how can he approve the content?
No, approval job is, he can take a feedback from parents. They will come back and say, no, this is not good. So approval level is finally somebody should do a one round of check before you release it.
That will be done as a subject expert, right?
That subject
Which is a
expert,
teacher.
subject expert himself can do it, or somebody else can do it, but that's a role.
It's like the UGC chairman deciding what lesson finally goes in.
No, there are different aspects of approval, Gayatri ji. There is a subject matter approval. Okay, is it factually correct or not? Okay, that the subject matter expert decides. There is a cultural sensitivity expert. There is a political sensitivity expert. So each is a different role. So approval is not necessarily always only by the subject matter expert. Subject matter expert may think that this is the greatest example, but the cultural sensitivity person may decide that it's not the right example. So therefore, approval has different flavors to it.
Different flavors are.
Yeah,
But both are required.
both are required. That is when it becomes consumable knowledge.
Okay. Issue levels. Who is the owner of the content here? Who is the owner of the knowledge here?
No, you're trying to make it into a single person. I'm saying think in terms of role. Yeah.
It's the role.
Role.
Yes,
Role.
role.
Yeah.
Same person maybe become the implemented role and one person maybe delay.
Most of the times it might be the same.
No, we may, we are not speaking of person. We are speaking the role. I can log in as a teacher and then I can log in as a approval also. Or there can be another approval. So it's a two different functionalities we are speaking. That's all. For the clarity.
Now, when we generate the output, Darshan is giving us a teacher only to approve the output, whether the output, he is not sitting and deciding whether.
We are speaking of Google Classroom nomenclature.
No. I'm talking in terms of content generation only. We didn't see the content is finally put into Google Classroom. That's not a event. That's what I think teacher is going to do finally. The teacher will take the structured content and put it in a structured way in the Google Classroom. So end of the day, what is supposing we take examples of Darshan and a science teacher. What are they both doing here?
Okay, so I will, rather than using Darshan and a science teacher, so let's think in this way. So let's assume, there's a science teacher and the science teacher has to come and now teach 6th grade science. Okay. Now, what all the activities that the teacher has to do? Teacher has to essentially generate various kinds of, right? And how will she generate the content? She will generate, let's say based on the WARC model, right? So she has generated. Now, wait, it is not yet there. Once when is generated, it's a maker. I have made.
Yeah.
But, before it goes to my consumers, my students, there is a layer which has to review and say, subject matter is good, cultural sensitivity is good, political sensitivity is good. This is in line with our business principles. So like that, there may be so many other layers that need to check, right? This you can simply call it as approval layer. Now, who all needs to approve? That depends upon the type of content. As an example, you are going to administer spiritual content. So the chain of approval is by different people. You are administering the history content. The chain of approval is different. So think of it like a chain of approval.
So now, supposing you remove the content management from here.
Yeah.
Where else can you fit into this whole thing?
No, content management will not be removed. So knowledge management goes into some kind of its own vertical box. See this yellow, purple, blue box. No, what is being proposed is let's create a yellow, purple, blue box for knowledge, called as knowledge UI, knowledge MS, knowledge blah blah blah. Right? That is a proposal, and as we dig deeper, let's see whether that makes sense. Shall we move? Okay. So Anupama ji, now we are going to focus more on the whiteboard exercise. Okay, I see that Varun ji has joined. Varun ji, when did you join? Have you been able to follow the conversations? Varun ji, am I audible to you? Okay. Anupama ji, am I audible to you?
Yeah, audible, Vijay ji.
Okay, all right, yeah. So now we are going to shift to the whiteboard, right? And the focus of the whiteboard solution is, I'll also, this particular deck that we are looking at, no, Anupama ji, I'm going to put it in the AI apps team so that you can have this also open in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so what we want to do now is, so this is one way, you design things, which is, Shravanji asked this question. So how do we arrive at this? So what is the method behind this madness? Is the question that he's asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Because I went through the madness, I wanted to find the method.
okay, so this is the classical thing. This is how the whole profession of architecture makes bread and butter. It tries to make it such a high art that because there is a little bit of art in the sense that it's to do with the human experience. But if you really think about it, it's all very intuitive. The first time you look at it, you naturally feel it is a teacher, there is a student, I need separation. So it's all about separation of concern. The design is all about, in IT, separation of concern. You don't want to deal with what you want to do in kitchen, in bedroom, right? Separation of concern. That's a fundamental principle, first and foremost. Second thing is, you want to keep the pieces in such a way that it is easier to resonate with the user base with which you are discussing. That's the fundamental principle. If we keep these two in mind, then rest of the things will naturally follow. Using this now, for example, now we have arrived at a certain picture, boxes. Now we'll put the boxes to what we call as a design test. What's a design test? So now we will take the teachmate. We will start listing the workflows. We will list the APIs. And we will see, okay, whether this workflow can be met with these APIs. So that's a test. If it fails a particular test, then we'll examine why did it fail the test? Oh, this item is missing. So come and add, modify, right? So this is the method. One of the methods. There are many methods, but this is one of the simplest methods that I think may work for us.
I found one method and I didn't. The most effective method was ask my question and ChatGPT will tell you what to do. Really, even this architecture thing.
Yeah.
Here is the thing, tell me what are the APIs I want, what are the services I want, how the data structure should be. Everything is you ask in a certain way, correct way. A lot of basic information you can start playing around.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's nothing these days, for everything you have an intelligent assistant. Except
That's the whole point Prabhuji also is making in that speech, which is, thus far knowledge used to be your arbitrage. I know something that you don't know, therefore, I am either high or low, right? No more that is the case.
Yeah.
So now all of us have equal access to knowledge.
Yeah.
But how do you combine that knowledge? Creativity. So it is moved into the creativity layer.
Whom are you able to see?
So we will list the key workflows here,
Visible.
key APIs here, and then we will start seeing whether they kind of we will start simulating, mentally simulating whether they will work or not.
Can I get some 5 minutes to tell the content and this thing what I sent you PPT morning?
Yes, Prabhuji.
So that it will have a people in a slightly bigger
Bigger
perspective.
picture?
Yeah.
Yes, Prabhuji. Yes. And then we can jump
I
into
just
it.
forward it to you.
Yeah.
We listen to that first and we.
Yeah, this is just a slightly one level above this discussion.
Yeah. So you want me to project what you sent?
Yeah.
to Prabhuji?
Slightly one level above the design.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay. It is to be discussed at all. We have not discussed, and you don't have to take it as very concrete, but just to give you an idea,
People online are able to see this, no? Varunji.
Yes, Ji, yes, Ji.
Yes, please.
So basically what we are doing, this entire thing is called education transform platform. This whole thing, you can call teacher made, student made, and all these are parts of the a solution. Okay. So for example, let's say we call as a car as a vehicle, then tire, the steering wheel, and all those things are other things. So teacher made and student made and all are nothing but parts of the edu transform solution. Edu transform is the solution, total solution. Okay, one single name. So now, edu transform solution, I'm looking at slightly higher angle. What is that you do? Next slide. So there are two types of solutions provided by edu transform. Two categories. One category is Viskit Gurukula, where children will come to a place and study, and other is homeschooling. I don't want to send my child this thing. I am a mother. I can take care of my child. Okay. The difference is homeschooling is for a mother to one child. A Gurukula is a mentor to many students. Okay. There are two different things. The reason is simple. Not all the people want to have a homeschooling. Okay. Because parents want to go to office and mother says it's a headache to manage the child. I want to send it to a place. So they need a Gurukula. Out of 100, out of some 10 parents will say, I will only teach. So for that is the homeschooling. Okay. Now homeschooling is entirely online. Yes. Okay. Whereas Viskit Gurukula is physical. Okay. So we have two solutions. One is online and physical. So this makes a difference in the way we approach the market. Gurukula, we are going in Rajarajeshwari Nagar, and it's a slow process. One Gurukula, another Gurukula, it's a slow physical process. Whereas homeschooling, at a shot, we can go all over India. Anybody in India can anywhere get. Now, there's also other thing. One person can come and say, no, we have gone to a Gurukula. Now, tomorrow Gurukula closes down. What to do? Then we say, use the homeschooling until another alternate Gurukula comes. Is it clear? The syllabus, the content, everything is same. In homeschooling, the mother becomes the mentor or father becomes the mentor. In Viskit Gurukula, there's a mentor who will handle some 20, 30 children. Is this decision clear? So there are two products where are launching. Out of that, in June 2025, we are going to Viskit Gurukula solution. Why? Because we want to fine tune everything. And 2026, we are going with the homeschooling and Viskit Gurukula. Now on a larger scale. Are you clear? So I'm to give you an idea roughly, in 2025, which is this year, we are going with the 1 or 2 Gurukula in Rajarashtra. Okay. So now 2026, 30 Gurukulas. But homeschooling 5,000 people. So it means we are going on a larger scale. Faster than this one. Is it here? So Edu Transform platform.
It's coming like this on the screen. Anupama, you are able to see only half, right?
Half only visible.
We are going to show half.
That's okay.
Now it's okay.
Okay. So it's
No,
full.
don't zoom.
Don't zoom.
That green line should not cross that green line.
Oh, that's the.
The green line is this.
Okay, okay.
So
Okay, then I will do like this.
Yeah, no.
okay.
Yeah, yes, Prabhuji.
Now Edu Transform platform, which caters to both homeschooling and Viskit Gurukula. I say there are 5 parts. These are the parts which we are discussing right now. Student made, mentor made, parent made, and admin made. Okay. So these are the 5 parts which you are discussing as design. Are we clear? Now go to next step. So I'm saying there are people who use this are content developers first. It's like teacher made. Teacher made is used for content developers. Now content developers are themselves are variety. Okay, I'm just bringing sensitivity to you people that tomorrow this will be used by many more people. So first I'll say JEDU, we call as first party. We are the first party. If somebody else comes, we come as second party. JEDU's first party has partners called Purnachetana and Acer Hack. Okay, these are the first party, and these people will develop the first level content. Okay, but then they will say music teacher have to bring in, dance teacher have to bring in. They will develop, they are actually what you call as outsourced partner content. Developed for example, Veda Mantra, music, arts. So all this orange box is first party content. Either we do it or we get it done from somebody and plug in there. Okay. So this is the first party content. Then there is a second party content. It's actually what I call a second party content. They are not in our first circle. Okay, somebody says, I will take your content and offer another schooling system, which is variation. This is not our brand, Biscuit brand. But he can offer it because this is JED platform. So it's like Intel. Intel inside is a chip. Okay. Dell can use Intel inside. HP can use Intel inside. Our becomes JED platform that digital transfer will say Intel inside. Somebody can put another box out from the other side and sell it. That is called green. Is it clear? Yes. Is it clear now? Right? That's called white labeling. So JED platform I take. Tomorrow you come and say, Guruji, I can create a new course in fine arts. I don't want a Biscuit brand. Then I'll give a technology. So you create something. Okay, you will give a royalty, but nobody will know it's a edu transform platform being used. It's like behind.
So the green box is the tools we are offering, not the raw content.
Green raw content also you may offer, but ultimately it is branded as something else.
Yeah.
Okay. This is
branded on branded. The brand comes from the person who is.
See, there are two things here. JED is the company. EduTransform is the platform. And Biscuit is a offering. So now Biscuit offering will not speak of EduTransform platform at all. It's hidden. It's like Intel inside. So somebody else will come and say, so JED will say, hi, buy some product. He can still use a platform. The content development tools which teacher make and already used, he will also use it for creating something. Is it clear? So now I'll see, tell you why, what next, go next. So now, as a JAU, as this kid, homeschooling and this thing, I'm seeing a roadmap. Please understand this roadmap has to be discussed with Chetan, Purnachetana and all. But this I am putting you that this is possibility. So today, phase 1, 5th standard to 10th standard NIOS. Phase 2, 1st standard to 4th standard NIOS. Phase 3, 11th and 12th standard with the competitive and NEET and other thing. Phase 5, CBSE. Phase 6, IB. Phase 7, IGSE. Phase 8, State Board. All these things are owned and developed by Purnachetana and JED. It's called first part. Are you clear? Huh? No, I'm saying State Board. We may do English version of State Board for one, or I have put it in the other one also, next one also. I'm just saying this is we are discussing the Purnachetana. Right now, I have put together for you people to get a feel that how it will proceed. Out of that, some boxes I will cut off after discussion.
When you say phase 5 CBSE, that means schools will be using their content. Is that what it?
CBSE, homeschooling, or Biscuit Gurukula?
The CBSE is not having homeschooling option.
I don't know.
No, that board doesn't allow.
Okay, fine. Home Gurukula model? No,
No.
I don't know. I'm saying I'll remove this after discussion.
IGCSE will have, IB will have, CBSE is not offering private.
Then we'll make it as a CBSE is a private tuition.
Private tuition, yeah.
Yeah.
All the boards private tuition.
Private tuition is what I do, right? So I'm saying right now this has to be discussed with Purnachetana, but I'm saying this is how it will proceed if we decide to do that. It may take 1 year, 2 year, 4 year, 5 year, or whatever that. But this is how direction we are going in. Clear? Next slide. This is the first party content, okay? Now, second party, what we'll do, we'll say regional languages. Kannada, Hindi, Tamil, Malayalam, and all those things. That we will not do. We will give it to other parties. Okay. Let us say tomorrow Gayatri comes and says, "Na Telugu Nation. You want to have only Telugu syllabus. What are the people? You are English dominance." I say, Gayatri Mataji, take this technology. Okay. We have a CBSE syllabus already. We have the NIO syllabus in English. You will be a translation tool. Do translate it, you offer your content. It's your headache. What we are giving is over and above, we are giving a translation tool.
NIOS has a lot of regional language content also.
Yeah, but what is this? We are actually our analysis is slightly going to be different from their content. Our analysis offering. Yeah, we
Our
are
additional content, whatever.
our additional content. We are giving a translation tool. Now with that you can convert it to Telugu. You offer a Telugu analysis.
Yeah.
Okay. So first to 5th standard, then first to 4th standard, next one. Then phase 3 is 11th and 12th standard with the competitive exam. Phase 4 is state board. This is what we are offering to the third, what I call second party. It's a language translation facility. Multi-languages. Okay. And also there will be price cheaper also. So it will be our social service. We want to reach more people, rural and urban, rural people. So it will be cheaper also. But we are not taking content responsibility. Content responsibility is we are only taking original content. The translated content they have to develop. Is it clear, Vijay? Yes, Prakash. Next slide. So then we have other category, gifted children and divine children. So we will work with the second party. Let us take example is, let's say Shardaji and the team. They'll say we are handing a lot of gifted children. We want to use this technology for gifted children. So use the technology and create a solution for gifted children. Offer it. Is the second part, right? Yesterday two people came, parents came, who are having children with autism. They understand the problem. I told them, we will offer you technology and tools. You create solution because we don't understand autism children. And you offer it as a service. So you pay as a royalty for our technology. Is it clear? So this next category. Next category. So the mentor mate, what I call as mentor mate, right? It involves mentor training module. Mentor has to undergo training. Okay, mentor has a lifelong training. Okay, the training. Help mentor for guide students. Parent mentor interactions. Mentor Purnachita school interactions. Academic calendar, academic work management for the whole school. This is, I put some 4 or 5 points at the mentor level. Mentor mate don't be under, it's a small thing. Mentor mate is complete work of the mentor. It has to be helping in various ways. Next slide. Admin mate. Now, go back, please. Yeah.
So what is the difference 1 and 2?
Mentor training module. Mentor himself has to be on-job training of the counseling, spirituality and all. Okay. 2 is
The internship.
We assume that mentor will be, let's say 10 years. Every year they'll have a training program. Okay. Second thing is the student is doing a project X, gravity. Then the mentor will have to be told, for gravity program, you have to keep a ball ready and all those things. It's like a helping this mentor to do help student projects.
Okay. This is training and this is execution part.
Execution part.
Okay. Understood.
Next slide. Then admin mate. I'm taking admin as a overall admin, including your knowledge management KMS. Okay, knowledge management also I'm considering admin. Everything is I'm saying admin. One level above the execution. Okay. So admin mate is student admission process management. Then student academic process management is required. Admission. Then administration of school is required. Knowledge management system I have added here. KMS. Okay, as a part of admin. Student event management, some events, special event will happen, all those things. Then center management. Then financial management also I have put in admin. Okay. So this is all I have said, all I have put it as one layer called admin. Okay. Then parent mate is mentor interaction, child progress reports, and child has done artwork and all. You see the gallery and give a thumbs up and put in social media. posting of child's work on social media, fees payment, and feedback. This is the parent meeting.
It's difficult for us to
This is difficult for you.
do this. It's a very difficult.
This is not exhaustive. This is what I put together. Just, I think that's all. Yes, Professor. Nothing else. So just wanted to give a bigger picture, one step above the design.
The student meet you already talked about before.
The student will already have a lot of details, and I can add it also.
Yeah, but this is good. This is comprehensive.
Yeah, student may also will add one slide here.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
are already made before. You just have to.
Yeah. I will just say major blocks, right? So study lessons, do homework, then like that. Yeah, it's like these boxes I will make. Okay. Any questions?
No, Prabhuji. Only one question, Prabhuji, is in terms of the naming convention. So far, we were referring to OpsMate.
So that is admin bit.
So what you have a preference?
No, I'll give make an admin bit ops mate.
Yeah, let's fix a name,
It's okay.
whichever is best. That way it will be consistent.
Ops mate. I'll make it ops mate.
So this will contain all the.
I won't remember. Ops mate.
So OpsMate. Okay, perfect.
All names are same way. All Mithya. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. That's good.
Yeah. Anupama ji, Varun ji, any points, questions so far?
No, Vijay ji.
I'll add a children's mate also. Child mate also.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Basically mean building blocks.
Yeah,
Of
Yeah.
course, I don't say it's exhaustive.
yeah,
Whatever I could put for I'll just put it.
yes, Prabhuji. Yeah. Super. So, shall we go into the whiteboarding? Anyone needs a short bio break or anything like that? Can we continue? Okay. Anupama ji, Varun ji, okay?
Okay, ji.
Yes. Okay, super. David, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Shravanji will list the workflows and we will and right now the focus is on the teachment.
Yeah.
So of course, we'll not worry about login and all that thing. We'll jump directly into. So let's say the first thing is as a teacher, am I going to be responsible for that hierarchy, grade, level, all that, or shall I assume that it's already done in the knowledge management system? Yeah. So let's assume that it's already done.
The teacher is assigned to is in the user database.
Yeah.
The teacher is assigned to a school. She is also assigned to some levels. She is also assigned to some subjects.
Yeah.
Up to this, let us assume it is done somewhere. Now, when the teacher opens the app, what is it that the first thing that she should be able to do is to be able to get what lessons are there. So first get lessons and see what already content is.
So as a teacher, you are responsible for 6th grade level 1 mathematics. Okay, this is already assigned. So now I come into teachment.
Yes.
So now one of the things that I should be able to see is See,
Anupama ji, you
Ah.
able to see?
Ah, yes, visible.
Whiteboard.
whiteboard is visible, no?
Ah, visible, Ji.
See all lessons here, okay? Then I should be able to create, modify lessons, right?
So when we say see all lessons, there can be a list of lessons and then a further sub-list of lessons. And she can go and select.
Yeah, how she can see that experience is it. Yeah, but in terms of broad topics, right? Create
A lesson
or
or
modify lessons.
a lesson.
Okay. As a teacher, I have seen and created, I need to see feedback, right? Should we call it as lesson feedback for the time being?
So what I thought was that is submission of lesson for approval and receive approval.
That is only part of the create modify. See, whenever I create, it is not that it automatically becomes a
It
lesson.
will not happen suddenly.
Ah.
A lesson will be stored somewhere,
True.
right? Then it will be constantly approved. Sometimes maybe the lessons are approved by several,
Correct.
made by several different teachers.
Yeah. That experience you will have to design here. That is,
A particular lesson is now entered into Google Classroom for,
yeah,
so that is done by somebody else,
correct,
in a higher level.
correct. So this is all that workflow, we've not yet dug deeper into, okay, exactly how creation happens.
Yeah.
So she may go and add a lesson and she feels the lesson is okay and clicks on send for approval.
Correct.
Then it goes to level 1, level 2, depending upon the hierarchy of approval. So it becomes a lesson, right? That's the life cycle of creation
That
modification.
API is fine. I'm saying there's a third, not in API, a kind of function where she gets an asynchronous feedback on what are the current things approved.
Right. So let's call it as, for lack of better terms, some kind of a action center for her. What has been approved, what is the workflow related inbox,
Okay. And
right?
you make it broader.
Yeah, workflow inbox. There's a workflow inbox for her where she can see, oh, I submitted this lesson, has it been approved? Oh, this lesson has been seen by 20 students. So like that, some kind of a workflow inbox. Yeah. Okay. Then we have, she needs to be able to kind of see the feedback. So she is creating, modifying. Then she has to be able to see the feedback of the lesson. Okay, who took it and what did they feel? What kind of questions are there? So there is two levels of things that she has to deal with. One is some questions may be coming. As there may be feedback coming in. For example, she is designed, when you're designing the lessons, you have to design these feedback loops. Simple example is ChatGPT. You type, ChatGPT gives you an answer. At the bottom, there's a thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. What is the purpose of it?
Did you like this content?
Correct, but what is the purpose of it? What do you think system will make use of it for?
So that it can, next time if the user doesn't like, it
It
will,
learns
it will modify the content.
Exactly, right? A simple reinforcement learning. So that, thumbs up means, oh, this is a good content. I have to keep giving, this is how your YouTube.
Octalysis framework, Darshan ji was talking about.
Okay. So all this is the feedback loop, right? So building feedback into everything that we do is very important. So there is some kind of a feedback loop based analysis that she has to do, right? So do we segregate them into, so the workflow items is to deal with.
Emojis for all feedbacks.
Yes.
All feedbacks are emojis.
Emojis.
Connected emojis.
Yeah. So we'll make it as child friendly.
Gamified.
Yeah, gamified. Yeah. So there are approval related workflow, then query on lessons workflow, then does it make sense? Yeah. So she wants to be able to see, she wants to be able to create or modify. She has a workflow in Works where right now, some kind of an approval, okay, it got rejected, fix all that back and forth and everything. Query or lessons may come to her. So LLM is not able to answer. Some student has asked a question and the student is dissatisfied with the answer that our, let's say, in the student made, we have a agent, right? And the agent has given some answer. Student still has given a thumbs down. I still need some clarity, something like that, let's say. So like that, it may come here, or it may come to her for, hey, this is the kind of the question that your students are asking about this, which the AI is already able to answer. You want to review. It's typically like a spot inspection. You are producing 100 items. You cannot sit and inspect all the 100 items. One item you may simply pick up. Let me see, is the AI really giving a good answer? So as a teacher, I may have to do all those kinds of things, right? So there's a feedback. Yeah. So query and feedback. This is the way she's constantly able to go and modify, tweak her main content. So this is the broadly, if you really think about it, as a teacher, key workflows. Any other workflow that we think is needed as a teachmate? Of course, when she's creating a modified lesson, she's also going to gamify it. All that we will go into the experience part separately. See, when we're thinking of workflow, right? The UI, where this workflow will get embedded, will create a certain experience. Oh, I like to do this. When I go to teach, creating a lesson is like breeze. I love the way UI works. So the workflow has got embedded in a way that it has become nice to her. So the UI design and the user experience, because the UI design is the next level to this. But right now, in front of the workflow, is this capturing the key workflows?
Yeah. Is workflow as same as UX design? UX workflow is same as UX.
Workflow, through workflow, user experience happens, correct?
Yeah, workflow is user experience.
User experience, yeah.
So the two more things is that assignments. See all assignment or quizzes or whatever. So lessons and assignments will be
Correct
separate.
me if I'm wrong, the way they are already designing, I'm calling it as lesson, but that lesson is autonomous in terms of it contains how to learn, how to test my own abilities, how to investigate further. So quiz and assessments are part of the lesson. Is that a correct understanding?
Correct. It is a part of the.
Yeah, but what you are prompting is, do we need a separate assessment, some kind of a teacher given assessment?
For every topic.
It depends on what level.
The teacher knows which child is doing what. All that, where does it come?
All that will be part of the
Maybe not.
lesson and
Do
feedback.
we need a teacher level grading?
They have their process is called
Vimarshana.
Vimarshana is the process. When we see the Darshan document, there is Vimarshana coming there in Darshan document.
So the Vimarshana may have to become a separate workflow by itself. So Vimarshana is where now they are assessing the at a comprehensive level.
That is evaluation phase.
So let's call it as an evaluation workflow.
Evaluation. But,
What is Vimarshana?
Vimarshana.
What is that?
It's for evaluation.
Is workflow.
Darshan is document.
Is E-double-I-I-E.
Yeah.
They are the Punajita term is E-double-I-I-E.
Yeah,
That's the workflow.
that is the main workflow.
Okay, go ahead.
E and the explanation, I is what?
I is
Investigation,
Investigation.
interaction, investigation, and the last E.
Evaluation.
Okay, so that is To me, it's not, you're, as a teacher, you're not really creating a lesson. You're actually creating a,
Explain.
how to gain knowledge. So create or modifying knowledge experience. If I really have to think about it. And the knowledge experience is created by EIIE. It is already part of your, and for the sake of simplicity, I call it as lesson.
Correct.
But to me, it's actually not really lesson. These are all, they're creating knowledge experiences. And the knowledge experience is being created through this EIIE framework. And the knowledge experience, has it gone deeply or not, is being evaluated through feedback. Yeah, of course, here. And then the Vimarshana, which is just teacher-led.
Teacher level evaluation.
So in that process, what happens? Let's say there is a content, what happens in that?
Where
Vimarshana.
Vimarshana content is meant for evaluation, only for evaluation. So the knowledge experience has happened. Has the knowledge experience left the right kind of knowledge? Is it applicable knowledge? Is evaluated through Vimarshana process.
Evaluation, it's nothing but evaluation.
Midterm exam. Midterm exam. What?
They will.
It's not like regular schools, they have more of a physical education also, Gita also.
Yes, it's a 360 evaluation check.
So this is child evaluation.
It's all questions.
Interaction.
It's not a-
Investigation questions based on that lesson only. But they have additional stuff.
So the EIIE is when we are creating knowledge experiences. Right? So can we adopt this terminology?
Yeah.
As a teacher, they are going to create knowledge experiences. They are going to see our knowledge experiences. They are going to evaluate whether the knowledge experiences has created the right knowledge milestones that they expect through immersion. And the workflow inbox is to manage this entire thing.
So each KX, EIIE, we call like that, or say some kite or something which generate some good acronym which is, we can expand and be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a framework for knowledge experience generation. Because what the outcome we are expecting through this EIIE is a great knowledge experience. And to that knowledge experience, of course, our teachers are going to add another ingredient called as gamification. All that is, so EIIE is a pure knowledge approach plus gamification is what is going to become KX. Knowledge experience for the student is because of EIIE framework and how it is done. It is not given as a go and read this lesson. It will be converted into some kind of a game, no? So the EIIE plus gamification is what is generating the knowledge experience.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So looks like these are only 4 fundamental units that we're dealing with, as far as the teacher is concerned. Okay.
Here, that activities, everything in that IEEE.
Yeah. So now as we break further into screens, it will all become more things. But at the highest level, just like how in this picture, in the thank you. In the database, you see these 4 resources, no? If I were to put something in this UI box, no, I would put these 4 major boxes. Dhavalji, would you agree? What I'm saying is, like how in the database box, I am able to at this level of visualization see these 4 major items. In the UI box, if I were to see, this is what I would see.
Got it.
At an abstract level, at a conceptual level.
Sure.
4 UI screens.
Not UI screen, 4 user experience elements. Okay. And then you need to come up with the actual screens and the navigation to create that experience.
So Vijayji, when you say workflows, these are the data exchange I'll have with the database, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. See, at the end of the day,
Processes.
for you as a teacher, for you as a teacher, your viewpoint of the world is only this. You're only seeing at the UI level, right? In the UI, what you will see? See all my lessons as an example. That is what you will see.
So this is the UI for the teacher.
This is not at a UI level. UI is user interface. So, for example,
UX.
create and modify. Correct. These are the UX elements, major UX elements. So this
What the
one
teacher can do with her content.
Not content, what?
in TeachMate, what all she can accomplish and see her knowledge items.
She can create.
She can create.
Modify.
She can approve, disapprove, query,
Ah,
feedback.
right.
She can evaluation. So these are the key capabilities. Yeah. The main outcomes that
And delete also.
yeah, of course.
Everything.
Besides that,
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is slightly at a higher level than the screen.
And when you add a word inbox, what does that mean?
It means that, see, if you think about it, she's interacting with somebody, say, approver. Now the approver said, he has sent a comment. That Gayatri, can you modify this example? So now, where will she see it? So there is some kind of a workflow inbox, that's like your email. See, what is the purpose of email? It enables exchange.
All the comments come to my.
In a way.
what is it? Kejriwal lost?
Majority already BJP.
48.
48.
One more, huh?
And Kejriwal lost.
Kejriwal lost.
That's
He lost or not?
Yeah, he's much behind, almost lost.
Giving print today.
But Verma or somebody is.
Varma was a strong opponent.
It's by themselves absolute majority for BJP. No coalition or no super.
Majority. Absolutely, I don't know, but majority.
Yeah,
Congress, Congress.
Congress one seat.
Not-
No, no, but they did a very good job. The split Kejriwal's meme mode. 8.5 of meme mode. Now they have a dilemma, whether the partner, their Congress will go. Don't partner, other party will go. All Muslim votes have been split by Congress. That's why Kejriwal lost. So now the Congress has a dilemma. If you partner with somebody, Congress will do. If you don't partner, they will do.
So RFS is okay? Okay. Sure, so then we'll list the APIs.
Okay, we go to the APIs. Okay.
Because that is what we wanted, right? We wanted to stitch it in this workflow. So see, the thing is, now we go to the next level. So for example, in order to do this, what kind of screens will be there? So maybe, yeah, that may be a better thing. Why don't we, with this workflow as a background, if let's say now if you kind of visualize the screens, then we can click through those screens and see what kind of APIs we need.
Exactly.
Both ways we can, the moment you see the workflows, you will know some APIs and the interaction will.
Yeah.
What are the APIs and what order they will get called and all. So what is the most important screen out of all this which we can do?
To create.
Create a.
Because to see, of course, I need an experience, but to create is the first stage.
So
Okay.
Vijayji, now Darshan gave some screens, no? They don't actually fit into all this, like this workflow, it doesn't fit, so how do we go?
No, it does. So what he has done is, see, he has gone one level below. I want the creation of the lesson to look like this, and that's a conceptual wireframe, so that it gives you some idea.
So we don't want, have to go exactly with what you.
Yeah. It's a guideline. Whatever our users give, treat them as guidelines. See, for example, now that student made, they have come up with some color scheme, some icons and everything, right? So that is what you need to go to them with for approval, saying, okay, this is how finally it looks like. They will see, oh, I wanted some place where I can see the quizzes. Okay, I can see it here. I'm okay. It doesn't have to exactly be like the blue, the whatever the wireframe they give.
When it's work activity, work, am I able to see the quizzes based on work?
Yeah,
Are there those things, you know?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so what is the screen that Darshanji has proposed for this activity?
This.
Is there a wireframe that he has provided?
Yeah.
Can we present it here?
Really, can I share the screen?
Yeah, you shall I stop sharing?
You can see on the TV. This is the first part, content generation. So he has connected to different things. This is video search, screens for video search. This is for pure content generation. And then this is for project design, how to activity design. These are the 3 screens he has given.
Okay, let us go to the content generation. All right. And this is for TeachMate. So we have a student teacher login.
Yeah, so that's the assumption. The teacher has already logged in, and the teacher knows I'm 6th grade mathematics. That background is already there. So now we can deep dive into how the teacher's experience is going to be through TeachMate for creating and modifying the knowledge experience.
Okay. So this will be like the TeachMate screen indicating this to like that the teacher has logged in. And the content generation screen. So this is created. Okay. When we have create content, we would also want to have list of contents. So this pattern would be more like first, list all the content and then create a content. So this content is owned by this teacher or it's owned by multiple teachers.
So for the time being, let's assume that content as there is a creator of the content, there is a reviewer and approver of the content. Let's use that kind of a thinking than a owner approach, because the content usually is created and approved for consumption.
Will it come back to this teacher?
So if this teacher creates, so for example, at a content management, the knowledge management level, right? We may say that, okay, these are all the teachers who are capable of modifying this content. Something like that, we may have given some kind of a permission, right? Based on that, this and other teacher may also be able to. So it's we can think of it like a Google collaborative setup, right?
Got it. Okay, let me start here. I think there is more to it, but let us just to give us all an idea of how this will work, right?
Yeah.
Let us just
if I make sorry, one more point. That Google Doc collaboration framework, is the for the timing ideal framework. So if you think about a Google Doc, you can invite anybody, somebody creates, you can invite anybody, and you can interactively, you can work on it, and you can say, yeah, it is done.
Okay, yeah, so for the brevity of it, let us start here.
Yeah,
Because that will give us an idea of what are all the things involved in creating one workflow.
yeah,
Then we can create more things around it.
yeah,
Let us just focus on generating first.
yeah.
So this is generating content. So class. Okay. Let us just take this screen as an example. Subject. And tone. Okay. So for this screen to work, the architecture we have is that there is an app layer component. Okay, first thing when app starts is it triggers an auth, which authenticates the teacher somehow, and post-successful authentication, the app stores teacher information. So at the level of app, once the authentication is done, teacher information is stored. So whatever teacher information is there that needs to be passed along with content creation, it has that information. Second, once the, let us also have this screen here. Generate or create, search, and design. So this is the home screen of the app. Okay. So as as authentication is successful, they are directed to the home screen. Okay.
Will it help if Prabhuji sits here?
Yeah.
No.
But
You don't get hold it, yeah?
yeah.
Oh.
So post authentication, teachers are redirected to the home. Now each of these maps to a route. The way the app works within itself is through routes. It is divided within itself through routes.
Through
Routes.
routes.
Front-end terminology for that is called routes.
What is the routes?
Sections of the app. So various workflows and sections of the app. So this is the button which will take them to the screen. So this screen component is called content workflow or create content, and the route for that is create. So what? Here there are three routes. Create, then search, videos, and
Design.
I didn't understand these backslashes.
In the browser you see that, right? google.com/something. So these are routes in the browser.
Basically, slash is indicating roadmap, routes.
Kind of file structure.
Yeah. So now these buttons are linked with that. So button, if you hover over that, you will see
Home
that
is something
slash.
similar to app and some of the things, source.
Correct, correct. Yeah. Sometimes there will be more complexity in apps. So what we typically do is app is the topmost level thing and it houses all these things. Okay, now when users click on the create button, the create button is having create draft. Okay, so it will take them to create screen. Now this screen is pretty much static. It does not have much things going on. Okay, all these values, topic, subject, material, tone, how many of these are supposed to be retrieved from backend?
All of it,
All of it.
because it is context of the teacher,
Hmm.
and the teacher may belong to more than one class, may have to deal with more than one topic, may have to deal, so on and so forth, right?
Hmm.
So, so entire thing is data driven.
Got it. Okay, so once create screen is loading, the first API it needs to call is get the
Some kind of a metadata.
presets.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, in presets, I'm expecting this object. Now I have to have more space.
When you
So
say preset, what does it mean?
data for these boxes. So initial data for these boxes. Because if it's usually there are two kinds of these things, right? One is static and one is dynamic. So if it is specific to teachers and it needs to be retrieved from database, then it is something that we need to make an API for.
The teacher has to type in the topic and select the subject.
Topic means everything may be drop downs.
They may be drop downs.
So based on the class, the topics and subject, everything will come, like, if I say India, all the states come.
Yes.
on.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's a good point. So in fact, if you change a class, then again topics will have to change according to the class.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so there will be other API calls. So topic is not a one-time goal.
So we can probably, as we go into it, the preset for a given user may come in as a JSON object, and there may be some kind of a indication of, dependency.
Hmm.
So on this class only these topics. So we can either design it that way, or we can think of it like multi API call. So we can decide that as a next step. But for the time being, preset is one call which gives you the content to load and to manage the navigation here.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to do here is, take us through this process
Yeah,
so that we are clear of how these things will work.
yeah. So therefore, let's assume as soon as you call the presets
Hmm.
or some other equivalent API,
Hmm.
you get a object which tells you what to load in each of the drop downs and whether any of them are
Linked or not.
linked.
So
or
that
not.
will be not something we can do programmatically, because programmatic, configuration of this will be very difficult. How we will have to, for example, classes will be static. Okay, so classes, what are all the possible values for classes? We need to populate. Then we need to define an API structure here that presets type equal to topic, class equal to say 4. Okay, so when we pass class 4 and request topics,
Yeah.
it gives you back all the topics from the database for this class.
Yeah.
Okay, and vice versa. Whatever is the dependency tree here, if you need to first select class, then you select class, then you need to select subject, you select subject, then it retrieves the set of topics.
Yeah.
Until that time, this is disabled.
Yeah.
Okay. So first you pre-populate all the classes because it's a static area. So let's say it has 1 to 12. Okay. Now based on the class selection, you do the same API call for presets type equal to class and type equal to subject
Here, you can see.
class equal to
Ah.
4. So what will happen is, based on your class selection, it will load all your subjects. Okay. Now, based on all your subject selection, or whatever is your subject selection, so let us say you selected 4. Okay. And subject you selected science. Okay. Based on subject selection, it loads the topic. Okay. So whatever is the topic here, it will be loading gravity.
And material, we have to select the material type. Already that also will be there, all the types. Let's drop down.
What is the material type here?
The visual or
Audio.
That is static. So that is a static list. Okay, so that is again a static list which will be there from the start.
Yeah, it will be there.
Tone also will be static.
Huh?
Tone also will be static. No.
Tone also will be static.
Static. Okay. So whatever are the static.
This is where, we may have to make a choice. If let's say, as soon as they simply give a class, topic and subject and tone, see the material is nothing but the work, right? So either they choose, the teacher chooses, I am generating a video, right, for this, or they simply accept that, they give the rest, and it automatically generates all the 4 types, like the work model. So we need to ask that question to Darshanji, right? Here the assumption is the teacher knows that, okay, I am creating the V in the work or A in the work.
What is that mapping to here?
The mapping is, so any topic, gravity, can be learned visually. So the way you create that topic is amenable to a visual learner. Or you may make it amenable to a auditory learner, or make it friendly for a kinesthetics learner activity, right? So that is one way of thinking, where it means that same content, but delivered in 4 different ways. That is one way of thinking. The other way of thinking is content will be given in 4 distinct steps. There'll be a visual step, there'll be an auditory step, so on and so forth. So everybody learns through all the 4 ways, right? So what is the mental model that Darshanji and the team have about the work?
Oh, by default also, each topic, gravity can be given as B, A, R, which we can give it. Let them use or don't use, because tomorrow somebody might want it, right?
Correct.
No, we should give.
By
By
default,
default, that particular Gurukul teacher should be able to select.
she will select, okay, for gravity, I want the visual content. I don't want the.
It is for a student. It's a for student basis.
Yeah. Student will select, right?
Teacher will select.
But it will differ from student to student.
Teacher will select there are 4 types of.
I like reading, she likes visual.
So all the 4 will be generated. The student will select which one he wants.
Oh, for each.
Because teacher doesn't know. There are so many 1 lakh students are there. Teacher doesn't know which student wants what. Unless the student has a set the student should have set a this thing. I want you on the audio type or something.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe this is.
The way we thought as a mentor decide by looking at the ability of the student, what type or what kind of orientation he has.
Fine, but finally it has to be set in somewhere. In the student may tell.
But this does not, it's not impacted by that, right? This has independent ability to generate all kind of content. We are not wiring that here in any sense.
But the reason we are discussing that is, at this stage of generation, do they even need to say what type of material I want? Because whenever they say I want science, grade.
Basically, you want to generate all 4.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's only.
Because you said the second part is what? Step by step.
Because somebody, so for example, you first step in learning is some kind of a visual. Second step in learning is some kind of a activity, which may be kinesthetics, right? So it is not necessarily only for a kinesthetics person. Even a visual learner may have to undertake. So therefore, right now, I don't know what is the way in which, Darshanji and team are thinking. Is it that, okay, so for example, the student decides, I want to learn only visually. So then, evaluation and all the 4 content, activity. So there may be an activity. What happens to the activity?
I think it should be a package because it develops all the sensory abilities of.
Correct.
Yes.
So therefore, if you go with our fundamental model, we help you develop all the 9.
Correct.
So we should ideally make sure that the knowledge experience has all these 4 elements.
So I mean, same can go with what is the tone here?
I need to understand.
The 9 in the work model, 9 ingredients you have to add there. Only 9 ingredients.
And what is the tone here?
Tone is style, it is
What
there,
I
it is there in the document. I'll show you. Narrative style, this one. Narrative style, descriptive style, that is the tone. See, some student will understand the concept if you narrate like a story.
Hmm.
So that is narrative style. And similarly, we have.
Got it. Okay. So this is again fixed.
So which means that see, if you look at our unit of learning, right? Unit of learning is a knowledge experience unit, right? It contains some learning material plus some gamification, right? But the learning material can have, if you really think about it, 4 variations plus tone. So it's a combination. If let's say there are 2 tones, 4 into 8 varieties of the same content will be generated. That's okay, that's not a problem.
More than that also, probably.
That's not a problem, but the point for us is, that is what we're dealing with. The same knowledge experience, but the knowledge experience is the same. At the end of it, we are aiming for the same knowledge experience. They should grasp that knowledge experience.
So in your lesson or content data structure, there should be both of these fields as well in order to differentiate between all of these different kind of content.
So the unit that gets created, the learning unit that gets created, will have all these tags.
Correct.
Class tag, topic tag, subject tag, material tag, tone tag, all this tag will be there.
Yeah. Okay, so this is again, say for example, story.
Narrative.
Okay, so these are fixed values.
No, it's like this tone style is playful or serious. This is a different one. This is our.
Okay, but either way, it's a combination.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a into that.
Yeah, so if this is a fixed field, then it is hard coded. If it's not, then again it is something that loads through it.
It is not, it cannot be hard coded because at the teacher level, thousands of students, you don't know which student is what.
While generating, I would say these 2, material and tone, are not even choices for the teacher.
No, the teacher is not a choice for the
Teacher.
Choice for the student.
However, here comes the question. So let's assume, 4 into 2, or let's say 4 into 4, 16 varieties of the same content gets generated.
Yeah.
So the teacher has to now review, evaluate, and give a thumbs up.
For each lesson we are talking about here.
Yeah.
So there are like overall 500 lessons might be there.
Initially, you do for 4 or 5. After that, it's manual information gone. It's a height.
So we'll have to start. That is where we'll have to start looking at. See, at the end of the day, what are they reviewing? What are they approving? LLM generated content.
Yeah.
LLM generated content is what they are saying. Okay, it's okay, not okay. And we have to figure out a way by which we start seeing.
We'll write another one which will again review the LLM content. LLM itself will review.
So we'll have to start fine tuning our approach so that.
So let me
By
break here.
by taking the LMS role to Google Classroom, what we are doing is we are generating all combinations of lessons.
Yes.
It's actually we are increasing the work on the LMS.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If it was an on-the-fly generation,
this
work would have been very less. But then we will increase the cost.
Correct.
One is cost probably. Second one is quality of the content. Because we are not sure whether it's correct or not.
So that's why intervention is
For now, but as we go further, we can.
reduce the temperature.
Yeah.
Quickly, right? One more thing that needs to be thought of is that teachers will have to edit the content as well prior to putting it
Yeah.
for saving
Teacher curation is required.
curation. So if, we give them all of them, let's say it generates 16 lessons at once, 16 types at once, and some types are good, some types are not bad. It's a very congested user experience. We would want to, have them focus on one and edit one at a time.
Maybe that is why he has chosen this as a drop down.
Correct. Yeah, because, it will not be short on day one. It may be later, but on day one, they might need to make significant edits and save one content at a
It
time.
is required.
Yeah.
So from a UI viewpoint,
Mm.
I think it's okay to have these two buttons.
Yeah.
If we need to generate all varieties at once for the teacher,
That
we can think
be
of
done
a
with API.
separate process. Yeah.
Batch generation.
This UI, is it coming under that knowledge management system and admin, or is it coming directly to that? Because here, and at the end of the day, you're structuring the content, right?
It's a content, it's a teacher meeting.
For the time being, we will. It's a teaching content. What is knowledge? What all topics should be taught? And in what order it should be taught?
It's already there. We are feeding that signed textbook, that is the knowledge.
Yeah, because syllabus, somebody has already structured the syllabus and right. The teacher is only there to ensure that particular item that it is consumable. Yeah.
Those two will be a drop down actually.
For the time being.
Material.
Yes.
So that what should include 9 intelligences also. What?
It is not just bark. It is the other 5.
Ah.
Yeah, we need to discuss that.
Culture also.
No,
Culture also.
Vijay, finally, for one lesson, I give the blooming taxonomy, I give the 9 intelligent, it won't return. It will say nothing available which will have some.
No, you may have to give a particular prompt. Make the lesson in visually appealing way.
Use it the 9 intelligent. Use the 9.
Not in a single way. Not in the single prompt.
No, how can musical intelligence come into gravity? It may not come.
It can. It can. Just ask it. Right? So explain musical intelligence. The gravitation force is musical intelligence. Just ask Google.
It will give
It
actually.
will give. Don't limit your child.
Maybe separate.
Just ask.
Make sure it may not make sense.
Correct.
It will give an answer.
It will be separate. It will hallucinate
Not even
one lesson.
It will hallucinate, correct?
No. Give up.
Guruji, ChatGPT has this great thing like Sadhguru has. Honestly, I don't know. If you ask us, I just downloaded.
Just ask. No. We'll see.
Okay, I'll ask. Wait, that's good, Guruji. I know how ChatGPT does that,
You know ChatGPT, but I also know ChatGPT. No?
For fifth grader, let's say, using.
For the development of musical intelligence. Explain using gravity.
Explain gravity through musical intelligence.
Yeah. For developing musical.
Correct.
Are we developing the musical intelligence, or are we developing the concept of gravity?
Yeah, but then ultimately this musical intelligence should develop.
Hey, you want the experience to be about the gravity, but how? Through music.
Yeah, it has given, it will give something, no doubt.
That is where the teacher comes and verifies the
Relevance
results.
is there or not, you see.
What are we discussing?
So there is he has given only 4 in the material. Yeah, please go ahead.
In the material drop down box, Darshanji has given only 4 things. One model, video, audio, reading, writing, and kinesthetic. But Guruji is telling we have to include 9 intelligences also along with that work. So how music, through using music, how gravity can be taught to kids? That's what.
Okay.
See, such a nice gravity, like, no, really.
No. So I will tell you one thing.
Drumsticks fell down, that is not gravity. That's what it is.
No, look at this. Look at this. It's like the hidden beat of the world. There is a hidden beat.
Yes, just
Yeah.
like a rhythm keeps.
Leaving the chat GPT
for all instruments.
Because she just compared chatting with Sadhguru. I am just going to defend that.
Okay, all right. Shall we continue?
See, I think, yeah, okay, so let's proceed further. So once this is selected, we have a generate button.
So what I will do is, I'll take a picture of this, put it into that slide, and let the slide come here. So that way you can erase and you can write.
Right. Yeah.
Wait.
What should we see for the whole?
Hmm?
Is it clear enough or do we need to take the phone?
See?
With science and all, we can't make problems.
With science.
So, subject science, no. Phone may be better.
This is okay. I mean, I would say this is a very, preliminary discussion. What it is.
He will anyway make actual wireframes.
Yeah, what it is intending to do is walk us through the entire, process of such a screen. I mean, probably the actual screens will be quite different from what we are thinking about right now. But this is a good understanding of how the actual integration and software will be.
So, Shravanji, you're seeing the mapping, no?
Yeah.
You're seeing the.
Generating something corresponding to that, I'll show you some API.
Yeah. So yeah.
That is why, ChatGPT. Okay.
Yeah. Again, so in all these APIs, I forgot one thing. See, this auth will store a teacher ID, right? Auth will generate and return a teacher ID, which app will store, right?
Yeah.
So app will pass teacher ID to all these screens.
Correct.
Okay. And in all the API calls, we are passing the teacher.
Correct.
Correct.
Because the backend has to have the context of for who I need to do this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So every teacher is identified by unique ID.
Correct.
And so also every subject.
Yes.
Every class and so and the subject in that class.
Correct.
And the level. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can erase the screen side.
Yeah.
Let the workflow side be there.
This will be there. So I think it is this one.
Yeah.
How did you get that plan? Just usually.
Here. No, because I took only screenshot of this. Only that much screenshot I put.
Okay. So now, once this lesson is generated, once these things are set, what we need to do is do a generate.
Just one thing, the tones other than story, anything else tones that you are looking at?
narrative,
Story, discussion, narrative.
Yeah, I think-
Even play,
funny.
Jokes.
Yeah,
funny,
yeah.
Even it can be podcast also.
Yeah,
Discussion.
yeah, yeah. Generate it like a discussion.
And can you also show Darshanji's screen there once?
Yeah.
So story, narrative, humor, discussion, and
Darshanji screens were being
The
public.
document.
She was showing.
Image, I don't know, image.
that is the lesson type, picture. Or not image or illustration.
Illustration is more of a material type, Prabhuji.
Not it.
Tone is how it should be, discussion or narration.
Male tone or female tone.
those kinds.
Child voice.
Correct, child, yeah.
this is the full document,
Full document.
tone means, yeah, he gave something like playful.
Tone
Yeah.
or style he has given.
Yeah, style and tone, yeah, he means, tone and style, both the same. It can be playful or it can be formal or informal or interactive or something like that, that
Yeah.
is what he means by it.
Yeah.
Okay. So once we click on generate, there is a generate API call that takes all these parameters along with it. So we have class, topic, subject, material,
Tone.
tone, and teacher ID. So class equal to say 4, topic equal to X, subject equal to Y, material equal to Z, tone equal to A, teacher ID equal to 1. So these are the things that it will pass along with the
Generative.
generate call.
To the LLMMS. Right? So from the teachmate, the call will come there. Okay. So whether it will come directly from here or whether it has to be routed from here, that we can think next. But fundamentally, when the user clicks on that generate, the call flow will be to LLM and that returns back.
Mentor mate, off mate and all is not there.
No, right now, yeah.
Okay, so once the generate call is done, what it returns is a data structure. By the way, all these are returning data structures. Topic will return, topic call will return a topic list, and subject call will return subject list, so on and so forth. So generate also returns a data structure back, which is what? What is it that we are expecting back here? So
Some content will be there. Actual content will be there.
is it in form of one is plain
For the
text,
time,
right?
being, some kind of a JSON structure, we'll have to see the exact structure
Lesson
that the
content.
LLM returns.
Then say if it is a video one, then video URL,
Yeah. Audio URL, picture URL,
image URL.
yeah.
Everything can be put into one PDF and send it to us, right?
No. Because you want, you
Because
don't,
LLM has the feature of sending it back as a PDF, the entire content you can put into a PDF.
yeah, but the PDF, the problem is, PDF, you cannot extract pieces of it easily. You need a PDF integration. It's an unnecessary overhead. So if we get it as raw JSON, it will be very easy for us to then use it in any way.
Yeah, even I think images video and audio will
Yeah.
be difficult in it.
Yeah.
So and audios. So based on the requirement here, primary being the lesson content, let us assume that is the case for now, and which will be plain text. And it might be in markdown format or something, which we need to render here so that it is a bit more structured than just the plain text
Vijay,
or HTML for that matter.
in that UI, we are not feeding the syllabus based on which it will generate the whole thing.
I didn't understand your question.
So now entire syllabus you are not reading.
Here we don't have this.
That has to be handled either by the LLMMS, by the way you send the prompt, that, make sure that, this grade, this topic.
Say, typical science gravity lesson, upload it.
You should take that as a reference.
It won't go out of the domain, no, in that case, because, otherwise it starts,
Yeah, so I think what we both are saying the same thing. It's just a matter of where you are feeding, right? So the question is, whether you want the teacher to be able to upload an example here. Maybe we can, which is possible. Yeah.
We can say that
attaching of my prompt or my thing will not become too complicated with all that. Then when I'm sending all these variables or all this entire data to the call API.
For that matter, there is one more suggestion, that attachment and a small text input.
Prompt is also given.
Prompt is also.
So teacher themselves can, provide specific directions if they need. Otherwise, our system is already acting according to all the preset parameters. But let us say a specific lesson needs a specific kind of input.
Like you have now, do you want to add any special delivery instructions in Amazon? You have that like that.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah. So that is a specific additional input in terms of a prompt. That can be added if required. So both these things can be, then the overhead is reducing.
So this one, to give that, where exactly is it going to work? Is it going to work while the lesson is being generated, or it is the context or connection of this prompt to what?
So if what happens is this prompt input and attachment is again passed in to the generate.
So Shravanji, this UI, whatever.
Okay, so while acting on generate button, this prompt is taken.
Correct.
It's connected with that.
Correct. And what happens is that, go ahead.
No, yeah. So whatever the UI is feeding, ultimately has to go to the LLM,
Correct.
So what is the API input to that API will be all this plus whatever, let's say, additional content. Again, is this the right structure? We will have to decide. But for the time being, assuming this is the right structure, from here, that flow will come here.
I think what will happen is once we create the system, we will realize what are the things that are working and what are the things that are not working.
Yeah.
So, but these can be possibilities, if needed, we can add this to the generate call. So generate call, what happens is it refers to already an existing knowledge base on the backend. But like what Gayatri is saying, if it needs to refer to additional content, which teacher needs to otherwise say, okay, central team add this to the backend and make it work.
This is also part of the knowledge management system.
Correct.
See, because I may already have set a whole knowledge management system which says 6th grade mathematics should be like this. So when this says, I may pick up that additional information before I generate the actual content. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have to roll with whatever is it. But basically it generates lesson content.
Audios are given by the teacher, or audios are also given, LLM will only return the audios. What may be any use of auditor? Teachers are not given.
Teachers will not be possible.
So
Teacher's voice you want.
No, teacher's voice. Manual work is gone.
Use the LLM labs for it, that's all.
LLM
Let her give an example.
Does LLM give audio?
Yeah, it can.
But
No, not tokens, so in general, okay.
See, what we can do is, if let's say they approve a text content, we can convert that into audio. Can be one possibility.
okay, so now once the generate call is there, whatever is the content generated is rendered here.
For auditory,
Then we
the
want
content can be converted into
but in the audio, if you want it in our Indian language, then we'll have to do that. Maybe the sample voice we have to give and then LLM labs has to convert. Or
So
else
the
the accent.
content itself can be told as an audio, right?
Yeah.
So this is rendered here. once it is generated, based on this response,
Rendered in the same page.
you know,
Okay, yeah.
yeah. Because, you know, there might be cycles of generation, and once you have a final copy, you can have save or, you know,
Send for approval.
send for approval or
Yeah,
whatever is the
For the
actual
time being,
hardware.
let's assume it is a workflow driven solution.
Correct.
So therefore, it will be more of a send
Can
for.
be shared with other groups also,
Send for approval.
shared with.
No, it is not. They are not designing this for a Gurukul, no. They are designing the knowledge experience. So it will be consumed by all Gurukuls, same way.
Okay.
Each Gurukul may select a set of content by itself, that's a different thing. But right now, whatever a teacher generates, it will be stored in the knowledge management system. Either it's Google Classroom or database or something.
Okay, so send for approval, what it will do is, it will, this content,
How it is used, we'll keep it out of teacher make.
But one more question, Dhavalji. So this one, the gamification, is it added at this stage or post approval? That also should be approved, no?
what is the gamification?
Gamification is all about whether this is eligible for coins, how many coins, and whether it is eligible upon completion, whether it is going to earn a badge, or is the badge earned only after completing X number of things. Whatever that is, gamification. So if you see the knowledge experience there,
I'll put the question.
number two,
Should the teacher design, what is the coins if this lesson has gone to amount of coins, or it will be decided somewhere else? Should the teacher design that if these assessments are done, these are the badges, or it should be done somewhere?
That should also be here. We will, create a count where if this is done, this many badges or this many coins. So.
Or is it done centrally?
Teacher, whoever is the subject matter expert, you know, whoever can judge this content properly.
which is teacher
Is
at this
teacher.
point of time, right? So coin definitely, I also feel has to be a teacher
Correct.
prerogative.
Mhm.
Teacher thinks this is only worth 50 coins,
Correct.
or it is worth 500 coins.
It's more like marks, you know, if this
Yeah.
is 5 marks or this is 10 marks.
Yeah.
Correct. So, yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
good, they have to split it.
Suppose a lesson
It
contains
is
500
very
marks, the
difficult.
teacher can tell, if he has come up to here, then he has done this, another 500, another 200.
But best.
Vimarshana is the way to earn badges.
But I would say,
That is confidence based on it's not for activity.
but I would,
Vimarshana is a half yearly exam.
So the way we can think is, coin is, see, you are incentivizing a positive behavior with coin. The student has learned, it's a positive behavior, rewarding with coins, okay, that's the. You earn coin, you earn coin. You passed at 60%, you earn better coins, so like that it is,
see, I can add,
This is not the half yearly Guruji is talking about.
yeah,
These are our regular
Every
lesson completion basically.
yeah. And usually badges are for a certain collection of such things, right? A collection of,
Collection of fines.
no need to connect with coins. Say for example, if you have completed all the lessons in science for grade 2, then I'm eligible for a certain say badge. Okay. Then I can earn trophies. Trophies are for my Vimarshana. So like that, it's all about how I incentivize the movement.
So that is fixed, right? Badges and coins are fixed. So ChatGPT can take that input and,
What I feel is, coins are like participation certificate.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Badges are like some prizes.
Correct.
Trophy is a championship item.
During
I thought
Vimarshana.
the other way around.
Trophy is during Vimarshana.
I thought.
Trophy is at the end,
I thought.
evaluation time. How many trophies? What kind of trophy?
So we can have grades of it. Championship trophy.
Badge and trophy. That
No,
is-
even the question is
Also,
there.
whole thing is a-
Gamification is how do
Like
you
a video game.
How do you intensify?
how do you incentivize the positive behavior that you want is gamification. Okay, so for example,
Children play video
Quest,
games.
quest is a part of this. The teacher is.
okay, let's have one conversation at a time. Gamification means what? You have to prompt, you have to motivate them to play a game.
Yeah.
How do you
get
motivate?
addicted to it.
Correct. So how do you make them addicted? What is your gamification in WhatsApp? How do you think you are gamified in WhatsApp?
Tick marks.
Yeah,
Tick
blue
mark, blue tick. When they're typing three dots, when they're
Yes.
saying something, let me wait. Gamification. So they are wired to your you seek. How many people have seen my post? Let me see. It's a goal seeking, no?
Can see how many people have.
Why likes and dislikes? Because you constantly get addicted to that. So that's an addiction creation behavior
What
feature.
addiction behavior are you giving here?
Points.
But see, I would say one more thing. The way we can look at this is that this is the most important aspect of the entire system.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, first we should get this up and running. On top of that, gamification features can be added here. And those are very easy to add. What are the points and what are the, values to be added? Because what this will allow us to quickly do is, see what kind of content is being generated. What are the adjustments being needed for the prompting and APIs and all. So, this is the bare minimum we should do.
So that's why knowledge experience is a combination of the content, which is that EIIE plus gamification. That becomes knowledge experience. See there, number 2. Is these two together. And what Dhavalji has written is the EIIE. How do we get the EIIE correct? What we just now discussed is how do we gamify this?
That is proper.
Right.
Supposing now, if we don't want to, later then we do the gamification on the same.
We can see what this will allow you to do is, once you create this piece, you will know how to work with APIs, how to create a software, how this is working under the code. Lot of things you will get clarity on. Post that, once you have done that, this one, gamification is just a couple of more days of work and we should be able to easily do it. If we create this bare minimum, then we are getting started on the actual process. So, the next call is that send. Once you click on send for approval, okay. One is generate again.
Will it edit?
Now, regenerate means what? What are the changes that you are trying to do based on which it regenerates? Let us say this lesson content that is generated is not correct. Then what is the criteria for regeneration? Because there is no other thing that you can do here based on.
Maybe the upload changed. Maybe the text input changed. Maybe now say, I want a different tone, like that. Okay. So any of the drop downs or any of the unstructured input.
So if the text is almost right, but some things they want to change, will they edit it or?
Correct.
That's up to them.
Saying after creation, what is the kind of updates that we do?
Yeah, because say for example, this generates something and there are some factual mistakes that the teacher themselves are aware of.
So that updation on the same.
Then how they do a regeneration of the content before sending for approval.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it is just needless sending of approval.
Yeah.
Because then the actual core backending is going to be.
So there are therefore two distinct workflows that can emanate from that.
Correct.
Once when it is generated, either they can say, hey, it's only 1 or 2 small mistakes, let me only edit, right? So then the content has to be in the way that, it is editable. It's like
so this is an editor.
Yeah.
Once this generates, it's also an editor.
An editor. Or they may decide, no, I don't like this, let me see what the prompt does or what the LLM does. So they may regenerate.
Okay. So then this is also an editor. Okay.
But we have to see whether, we want to go all the way till, it becomes a full-fledged editor or.
No, we don't have to do any. Editor components are there in front end.
Yeah.
Literally, we don't have to do any work to make an editor in front end.
Yeah,
It's just that they should be able to edit rich content.
yeah,
If it's a plain text, then they will not be able to edit.
yeah.
So,
Is it that not sufficient if that is prompted in the prompt section? Why we need an editor, active editor? Because assume that this is being done by an LLM for generation. You are asking the LLM to update small things through prompts.
so you are
if-
providing the
if we
prompt
give-
here or
if we
you are
give-
providing an editor here?
No, editor is if you are typing the content, but is the teacher typing the content?
No.
Teacher is only, the typing content is going as an attachment to the LLM. But if it is the LLM which is finally generating or regenerating a lesson.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
What Dhavalji is saying is there may be a situation where there may be a small change needed in the content. Then the teacher may decide, okay, I will not resubmit. I will not regenerate. Let me just go and edit. So that's why he's thinking of a small editor here.
One more
Okay,
thing.
this editor works on text.
See here, even Darshanji has said actions. Click edit to modify content. Click regenerate images for new visuals. So he is already thinking of edit and regeneration.
Regeneration, not just the
So-
whole
so
thing,
that's
it's
the
also
point.
saying regeneration only for the images.
Parts of it.
Parts of it,
So if content is created, let's say as a
text and image.
Where does that come? So regenerate content.
Content, no, but in this text, he has said, but it is images. Maybe we should have both,
Yeah.
probably. If you want the whole content or
Yeah.
you want only the images to be changed.
Yes. Yes.
easy.
Okay.
So-
So it should give a edit option and also it should, if I have to regenerate, will you give me an option to give a prompt like, this particular thing, can you think carefully and,
Correct. And for what it's worth, the teacher might not be able to edit based on their rights. We can have edit rights or not, which is taken based on the teacher ID. If they are not able to edit, it is just going to preview and allow them to send. If they
So
are able to edit-
one maybe a small deviation, whether we want to deep dive or not, you please decide. So, for example, up to the top portion where they click generate, right? It is our custom screen. The moment the content is generated, we figure out how we show that in the Google Doc. Okay, so Google Doc becomes a lesson editor.
Yeah.
And it also becomes an area for collaboration. And if you really think about it, we can also do a Gemini integration in the Google Doc. So it can they can continuously tweak, retweak. So this only creates a new Google Doc, which they don't have to worry about managing the where I did store it and everything. So all that is in the app, but it becomes a powerful collaboration approach.
We can either set this as a material to Google Classroom. In a material also you can be, because Google Docs.
Google Classroom, think of Google Classroom as your final approved version. Okay. Before it goes to Google Classroom, you have a whole lot of
This is just for generating first draft. Once this is sent for approval, it can go to whichever is the final collaboration place or final, approval place. This is more like, if I am the computer science teacher for, say, C language data structures. Okay, I am generating C language data structure content. I see something that is being generated which is not right in terms of this and that. I can quickly, make changes and send it for final approval. There can be a final, either, that needs to be also like, probably Darshanji and all can decide who is going to review that. Because I usually, if I am the computer science teacher, then I am the subject matter expert.
Yes.
Then I would be usually the best person to review it right now.
correct.
But still, like if I send for approval, then that's the end of the story.
So for me, the preview,
Hmm.
again, this is something that we can think through.
Correct.
The preview and the collaboration can be on Google Doc, right? So the moment they click generate, behind the scene, we figure out Google Doc integration. We push the content to Google Doc, and we bring the Google Doc in the context of our app.
Correct. But so that puts the onus on who is the user here. If the subject is to teacher, who is the subject matter expert, is the user here, then they can do the immediate first review and send, which is still stored in the Google Doc for further collaboration. But this is like, the first draft. And then, final collaboration or final approval happens through the Google Doc, is what I'm thinking.
They don't, so, see, the point is, for the user, Google Doc is not where they will have to go and approve the content. The approver also will still come to this app only, the TeachMate app only. So TeachMate app is the one we know which behind the scene stitches it all together, because otherwise it will be mind-boggling. Number of Google Docs will be mind-boggling. So let's think of the Google Doc as a place for unstructured data storage. I'm just prompting that possibility.
Yeah, but this is best decided by, who is the actual user. Because me and you can discuss this whole day, but actual user will have their own things, like, what is their real workflow like. That's why, like, if we create this prototype quickly and get it to them, they will be providing a lot of feedback on this.
So we can do some kind of A/B test,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Whether, they want an inline editor,
Correct.
or are they, because that way you and I are not, let's say, limited by the capabilities that our tool provides. Yeah.
Okay. So basically send will.
So updation service will have either reprompting or editing facility for text or this thing, or just recreate video, recreate image, or add the audio or change the audio content. That is all the kind of updation once a generation is done or creation is done on the lesson. Correct?
Yeah. So this is like basically regenerate means we are calling the prompt ChatGPT API again.
Yeah.
With creating a new.
So we are assuming for the creation is done by based on the inputs given by the teacher at LLM level, and you will get back. Correct. Now editing it and updating it all is an update microservice. Creation is one microservice, lesson micro, which is all about your generation. Updation is constantly getting it back.
What I'm trying to think from our perspective is that, from a different perspective is that, user's perspective is that, which is the user that is going to use this system to create the content, and which is the user that is going to review it.
Yeah.
So is the user going to be a subject matter expert who is aware of what is the content being generated, or they are just responsible for using this tool to batch generate content?
Using this tool.
Batch generate content, generate a lot of content.
Batch generate, bulk, generate in bulk.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Now what you're saying is generating a lesson is creation of a lesson is different, whereas generating a whole class or a whole subject, stitching together an entire thing, that's a batch generation. So that is also another service, which is different from this service.
No. I mean, if we are saying that this tool is just being used for generation of content, it is as good as mostly batch generation of content, because that you can as well do through an API, right?
No. APIs will come later. I'm just focusing on the work flow itself.
Correct.
One of the workflow we said is create lesson. Now the create lesson has so many contents that you like your generation. Finally, a create lesson service will have a generation schema. In that you have described all these things. Fine. Okay. This schema, in that schema, what is being given? All these types are given for auto generation. Or if you don't want auto generation, you have generated something, you are giving whatever you have generated as attachments to it, so that that is given preference. But finally, either backend or some LLM or somebody is stitching together and getting you a final lesson. Correct. When you say send or create button, somebody is giving you a final lesson. Right? Now, this is generation of a lesson. So what are you defining a lesson as? A lesson is a series of items called video URL or image or audio or a text in one sequence.
Yeah.
Correct? This is a lesson. Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay. So a lesson is created means all these are created in an order. That you specify. Is that? Now, this generation at the end is done at the back end. Whether it is done at the back end or LLM, we'll see later. This is what is the back end here.
Yeah.
Now, your other services, you are looking at that service. You are looking at that lesson. You want to update. So the another services just update this lesson. Now, in this updation of lesson, you are also giving extra tools, editor tool,
Yeah.
or a recreate tool. You are only saying don't change anything else. This image you change by these things, or you say don't. I will give you a paint picture. You add this into this image.
No.
So
What
basically,
I'm
what he said-
picture here is a different.
Splitting it as.
No, what happened is he's saying we'll do bulk generation of the entire.
No.
See, you just remove this topic for itself, subject and class. It will create the lesson plans for all the lessons in the subject and give. There is another updation tool that will take each lesson by lesson and it will update. That is what he's saying for
But
each.
now that is
one,
not-
it will
So
update.
right now I'm giving individual lesson creation. But if I have generated a pattern over some time,
Mhm.
I don't have to each individual lesson I have to do it. Then given some pattern, it will generate a series
No,
of
let me-
from your
The
input.
review,
Batch, huh?
but.
But updation you do one by one to see if it is correct or what changes.
Yeah, why should we stop here only? This will completely one shot, this tool will generate the lessons for entire science subject of sixth
Need
grade.
not be.
Then you put the content.
Need not be. I can also ask that. So there are two separate services there.
Yes, that's what I
One
understand.
service is create lesson. Other services
Update
create-
lesson.
So
class level lesson.
I think we are having a different discussion.
Or sorry, create a sector.
See, what I'm trying to say is a
Subject.
very different thing. What I'm trying to say is a very different thing, okay? Who is the user of this tool?
That only Darshan can tell.
Teacher.
No.
User of
It matters a lot. It matters a lot.
What we are shooting is the user of a tool is a creation teacher. Somebody who is responsible for creation of content.
Let me say, science teacher, right?
Such teacher.
Now let's say there are 10 science teachers for a school. Correct. Okay. Now 10 science teachers are generating lessons for their own classes.
Right.
Based on their own subject matter expertise.
Right.
Okay. Is a central subject matter expert more powerful in the system?
So,
Or 10 science teachers
okay.
are going to be the ones
The way
who
that
know most
I order,
about
I will
generating
get
lessons.
this. How is UGC today working? There are a set of teachers sitting in NCRT generating these total content and putting it in a place. That is what coming as a textbook. Now the teacher herself taken the textbook, creates her own lesson plan, includes her own other things, and then actually delivers. We use the same principle. There is a creation body. So some of the teachers who use this are the creation teachers who can create it, the entire content, and finally the school teachers can view and update the lessons as per the like of her way. So both are being given.
Why why in WordPress we used to have we all can be science teachers. Finally, you will give me the right.
That's true. That's true. What I'm saying is
I'm
that.
saying the as app will be used by both.
Correct, correct.
The bulk creator and the
Correct.
teacher who is updating it.
Correct. See, but again, what I'm trying to say, let us focus on one of particular content. Okay, Pythagoras theorem.
Hmm.
Okay, Pythagoras theorem, if I am generating some content here, okay, it says x square plus y square equal to z square. For a triangle like this. Okay, now whoever is generating this content has to be reasonably aware of this concept. Understand?
Not reasonably.
Well aware of this content. Okay. They have to be well aware of this content.
Yeah.
Okay, while generating this. Correct. Okay, and once LLM generates some output, they are easily the first person to review for factual errors.
Correct.
Okay, and then they send for approval.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay, so do we want to give that facility of factual correction to them?
Yes.
That's what we are trying to say.
That is what I'm saying is that the second thing,
Ah.
generation is one.
Ah.
Sorry,
Hmm.
create lesson.
Correct.
Post lesson, create
Correct.
lesson is one service.
Correct.
Other service is
Yeah.
update that lesson. is
Yeah.
another
So, yeah. So that's what we are.
Now that
Hmm.
update is generated by
Hmm.
both create and update are used by two types of teachers at two levels.
I understand. See, this is the first draft. Okay, this is where LLM generates. The first level teacher reviews. If necessary, if LLM has generated some, infactual information, they review, they modify, they send for approval, which is still reviewed by somebody.
Other level teacher.
Yeah, other level teacher, but still there is one level here who is capable of understanding this content, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
So isn't this a time consuming process? Supposing some admin guy keeps generating the lessons, teacher will not have the role of generating the lessons. Teacher will only sit and update the lesson. So
That is assuming that lesson generation is very easy.
No, but wait a minute.
No, lesson generation can.
What we are saying that is that while the teacher, there are two types of major teachers, like NCRT type of teacher also uses this app. The final teacher who's delivering will also use the app.
No, I am asking, is a subject matter expert is involved when content generation is happening?
Yeah, that is the NCRT kind of teacher. He is the subject matter expert. Subject matter expert only
I
can do it.
thought only checking and updating is given to subject matter.
That is why even for the subject matter expert, we are giving both the services, create service and the update service. So that is bulk generated.
I think we are discussing what are the roles which are involved. One role is called subject matter expert, and another role is called teacher, and the third role is approver. So these are the three roles to use this app.
Yeah, this is for first draft only. This is not a final lesson being generated.
How
But
about
still, what we are expecting is that even for the first draft. Otherwise, what will happen? Somebody can come in the system and generate a lesson which does not make any sense. And it's sent to a teacher and it is wasting their time.
No, he is not creating. No. We have already given him a tool with all the prompt, so he doesn't need to know.
No, he'll have a lot of PDFs, all those things he'll have. Darshan has so many PDFs already.
And how
He
is
is-
subject matter expert different from a teacher?
A subject matter expert today, okay, a teacher is a science teacher.
Yeah.
Subject matter expert knows science and also Bharatiya Sanskriti. Okay, he says Bharatiya Sanskriti has to be blended with science. The teacher doesn't know that. Yeah. Okay.
So
For example, a gravitation force, a normal teacher will say Newton discovered it. Whereas this subject matter expert says, no, Newton discovered it, Aryabhata discovered it.
So this guy knows everything about all the subjects.
He
what you're
knows.
saying.
Yeah, that's why he is the creator.
That's why he is the subject matter expert. In this
He is
case,
the NCRT guy.
not
Just sitting in
that
the
he knows everything. He has a reference books and from there he pick up. Darshan is in this case Darshan.
So they will sit and check every lesson you are saying.
Not he, not speak.
He has a team. Okay. Or he himself. He has already collected documents which are authentic. Then he says, this is a claim, it takes this as it. This Darshan has done now.
So there are three roles now: subject matter expert, teacher, and
Approver.
Yeah, the subject matter expert.
No, again, my How many people will go to the one?
No. Again, we don't have to already get hung up on the workflow.
Yeah,
Because see, that one can be dynamically added.
yeah.
Whether it's a 2-layer, 3-layer, that can be added. But I think the general principle for all of us that can agree is somebody will make, somebody will verify and upload.
Why should we be concerned about, because end of the day, they will give a login ID password and to whom they want to give, they will give, right? Teacher, Darshan will give. Why should we be worried about who is going to generate?
No, from a user experience, he has to decide whether there should be editing or not. As a simple question.
Editing is required.
If you tell to a doctor that you are talking to patients and you are not allowed to prescribe medicines, right? He has to be able to intervene, and then what is his role? Is he just responsible for batch generating the content? Then that's what I said. It might as well be done through APIs. Why do we even want to have an interface for teachers?
Because itself is not required.
Yeah. So then send the call with all this content.
Yeah.
Is what going to send
Yeah.
The quest creates the quest.
We'll come to that. That's a gamification layer. Right now, that's why what Dhavalji is focusing on in that picture, number 2, the first part. See, let's call this activity here. This is the content here. This is how it's been made as a game. Together it becomes knowledge experience, right?
Yeah.
Right now, the experience that Dhavalji is expressing is only related to content.
My question was, with the lesson itself is part of, let's say it's a quest, so there is
That's right.
everybody. So with the lesson also have those questions.
Keep the question aside, keep that question aside. When we go to this layer, how do we convert this into a game? We will discuss that. For now, how are we generating various lesson content or the content that needs to be consumed is what the experience that Dhavalji is expressing.
Even now, what we are addressing is the E part of the EIL.
No, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, why I tell you, because this prompt that they have given already has a EIE built into the prompt. So the content itself will be generated based on the EIE framework.
Then your EIE will come, the lesson content.
The content will already be EIE. Yeah. So it's a framework for how the content should look like. It's a framework for content evaluation. So it is not that, I will have a E and I and I and E here.
You wrote it, right? What also
When the here they get
Lesson content has a structure of
9 intelligence.
for E part, explanation part, one of the 4 types of
Yes,
things.
yeah.
For what is the next one? The
Investigate, investigate, interact.
investigate part.
Interaction and experience.
No, my question is, what are we storing in the data? What are we storing it in the database?
That once when we finalize, we will put. Oh,
The real backend is
the
I want to understand this because if it is not, then my APIs will drastically change. If you don't understand that these lessons are both explanation part and the interaction part, then the interaction guides have to come from somewhere.
What do you mean by that?
What are you interacting with the people? Teacher
part.
How you will interact?
how you interact with the student.
This is
What interaction they guide them to do that.
correct.
And then how do you connect the
Yeah.
student?
So
And how do you give generate evaluation items in the display? Right now, from what I see, your material is only for the explanation part. Then you need to give more tools for completing those 3 hours.
Yeah, so I think a good point, and what happens is there are two parts. One part is a student facing part, in which this lesson being generated is complying to EIE factor. where if gravity topic is given, then the lesson generated is also having exploration, is also having experimentation part to it. It will not just go here. It will say go out and do this and do that. So probably this lesson will have that student facing component embedded in it.
However, Dhavalji, I think that's a relevant question from this viewpoint.
Mm.
So when you click generate, is it giving us a blob, and as a front end, you don't care what is in the blob, or do you say that when I click first, what comes is, let's say E, then I have a separate generate for I, separate for another I,
It
separate,
depends on what we want the interaction to be.
right? So but at the end of the day,
What is including EI plus the 9 intelligent? Why should we separate it out here? It's giving me the.
Alama, but thinking this way, eventually this has to go to your student mate.
Yeah.
In the student mate, you have to paint the experience. Maybe the E experience is different, the I experience is different. So if you do not segregate them, the student mate will not know whether it is, am I showing explanation or am I showing investigation? And the experience that you want to build here for investigation will be different.
EI is for me or for the student?
It translates to something
See,
different.
my content is, my content is designed based on EIA, but student need not know whether.
Student need not know. You don't have to give a name. But for example, when the student has to be investigating something, maybe, for example, imagine, a genie comes up. Hey, I have a quest for you. That's the experience you want to build. How will you know that I have to build it for this content? So the same lesson, there is an explanation. Explanation is, some strict teacher comes and a smiling teacher comes and says, let me explain to you. But for investigation, genie comes as an example. How do you know which part of the content to use for which part of the experience? So,
Your breaker. EIA will not know as one problem.
so I think that's the relevance of the question, right? Is it broken by 4 EIA types? And then comes, your these two, work and narration. So now, a single lesson is 4 into 4 into 9 into, say for example, number of tones, say 4 tones, right? No, but let's not learn about that part. That is okay. That is okay. That is why we are choosing the Google LMS, because all this is unstructured element which is not there. Or Google Drive. We will only maintain metadata. We don't have to worry about storing all this content. This storage of content will happen in some other place. Our database, here, knowledge. We only have to maintain the hyperlinks and kind of a structure. We don't have to maintain the actual
They
content.
divide the intelligence also.
Huh?
9 intelligences also you can divide, no, based on one intelligence, lesson should.
That's okay, that's what I'm saying. The same
Then
thing.
9 into 4 into some.
Correct, that's what we said now. 4 into 9 into 4 into 3. That those many combinations can happen.
First one is the IEEE, sorry,
E.
then Varka, then I intelligence, then tone.
Visual, reading,
Reading or writing.
but by the one thing. When we create lesson, we don't have to multiple lessons.
Yeah,
We have a single platform.
yeah,
Okay, it's like a single lesson.
yeah.
And receiving it, that we can extract.
No, but to extract probability, I need to tell the extractor that, hey, this is visual content.
And that insert the keyword into this.
So some kind of
So
a.
instead of making multiple data entity,
Huh.
it's a one platform
Huh.
which is generated.
Yeah,
Okay, because all bar plot, everything is there.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
now this guy who is that? The student may, he will extract the work file. It's like 9 into 4 into 27. We don't have to store in that many places. We have to store in one file.
But what I meant probably is that it's not about storage, it's about tagging. The content
Continue tag.
should have all these tags properly.
Receipt is easy.
So storing they are not worried.
Guys, the entire lesson with all one model or multiple functions, one big one text type.
One single lesson plan, no, right? It will be now 9 into 4 into something.
Ah.
How many lessons will come?
So many lessons will come but in one file. It will not be in multiple databases, locations. So now let us in your Google Classroom do one lesson. And in that lesson,
Nobody can understand.
no, in that lesson, the guy who is receiving it, right? The student may then take, oh, student, I like mark, visual, I like eye tree, he'll extract what is required for him. Others what have to be end up in a new database structure, it's very complicated.
No, we are not talking about storage here, but we need to be able to tag it. We need to be able to know.
You need so many combinations, is what I'm asking.
Yes.
So each, what, 4 into 9 into.
Tagging is, we are speaking of tagging. So we are not storing so many varieties. Yeah, the tag. And the receiving it is extract.
Vijayji, the material type and mark both are same, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That is audience,
Yeah.
Material,
Yeah.
so it is not 4 into 9 intelligence, mark into AI.
It is not added the material. The mark is there.
Walk itself is 9 intelligence.
Hey Vijay, are you saying that supposing EII is there, under E, enter work, enter 9 intelligences. No, under E, under visual, 9 intelligences. Under I, under visual, 9 intelligences. Is that what? Then it's going to 1,000.
Need not come like that.
Then what combination will you give to ChatGPT?
So let's take an example, Pythagoras theorem. So Pythagoras theorem, you will say.
This is a you are not getting the massiveness of this thing. You got it with our
Correct, Amma.
So what Vijayji is saying, what Guruji is also saying, or Vijayji is saying is, there is work and there is what is 9 intelligence. So under this, all 4, or no, under this 9.
Yeah.
How many? It will become thousands of lessons.
Okay, think
This is only for gravity, I'm telling you. Under gravity.
Relax.
under-
Very. Let's first understand.
As big as
It's
Yes,
let us say it's 10,000 combinations. That's gravity, 10,000 combinations. As far as we are concerned, there will be one text file with the 10,000 combinations with proper tags. It's not 10,000 lessons.
See,
But
I'll help you.
Why?
I'll help us to look at this problem from a very different perspective, okay? And these are the times when user experience comes into picture. Most of the technical ambiguities are actually solved by user experience.
Okay.
Seriously. Okay, when the technical system becomes too complex and we are discussing a lot of things, at that time, my mind starts thinking in another direction that this is a UX problem.
Yeah.
Okay, do users really care?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, do users really care about this kind of
Combinations. Yeah.
Okay, what user wants at the end of the day is to learn a concept.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever is the right way and the easiest and the fastest and the smallest way
Yeah.
of doing things is what users will care about.
Yeah.
Anything else they will ignore.
Correct.
Actually, if we focus too much on those things, they will start ignoring those things.
Yes. Yeah, if you give 10,000 combinations, I will not sit and check all the.
No, Gayatri, the student is not looking at all the 10,000 Amma.
He's not looking.
It's too much of effort for the teacher.
Intelligences. For him, that first gravity text here is enough.
So I would say let us focus on what users really care about and what they really want.
Yeah.
And what is it that really going to help them.
So let's park the question. How do we imbibe the 9 intelligences and the so-called tone? Okay. Quark and 9 intelligences to me are similar.
Visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and reading
Yeah.
are 4 modes.
Huh.
4 modes, 9 intelligences can develop in these 4 modes. In each of these, 9 can be there. 9
He's saying under B only 9 intelligences, under A 9.
Visual, in visual,
there can be 9 intelligences.
Now there is another layer to this, okay? There are two ways of thinking about this. Yeah, see, why are we discussing all these things? Because LLMs are not.
Tower will bring another complicated layer.
No, it's a very simplified there. Why are we discussing all these things? Because LLMs are not.
Yes.
Okay, LLMs, if are perfect, they will deliver all these things directly to students.
Correct.
On the fly.
On the fly. We don't need to manage this whole system and create this whole system. LLMs are not perfect. They are evolving day by day. That means today an LLM generates something, tomorrow it's going to be outdated.
Yes.
Okay. Today, if we create all these things, tomorrow a better model comes
Excellent.
and they generate another kind of content which is far better than this thing.
I vote for this.
That means that this entire cycle needs to be done again.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So that needs to be thought of.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
See, now that's where the fundamental model that we are agreeing to, which is generation curation. See, the question that we're dealing with is curation necessary or not? If there was no curation, then this wouldn't have been a problem at all.
Right.
Generate and present, right? Why are we dealing with this question? Because we are deciding that we need a curation layer.
Right.
Okay. Now, who is curating? Okay. Now there are multiple ways by which curation itself can be conducted. Today we are deciding to do it through human effort. That is why we are discussing all these questions. So the first question that we need to resolve is how do these 9 intelligences get imbibed into a particular lesson? Is it that you have to generate 9 distinct combinations, or is it that you have a question and some kind of an evaluation mechanism to identify the 9 intelligence type, right? So we have to establish that clarity first. So it may be just single lesson having a particular, let's say 4 modes, like how Prabhuji said, VARK. Okay, there is a visual way of learning the same Pythagoras, auditory way of learning the Pythagoras. Only 4 modes we have to generate using the tone that they are giving. That's all it may be.
Intelligence also.
9 intelligence is an outcome, Amma. You are developing the 9 intelligence of a person. You are enabling a person to develop a visual intelligence. You are enabling a person to develop a kinesthetics intelligence.
ChatGPT has to create the lesson plan so that it will develop that skill. Now it has given. We have seen how
So-
gravity will increase.
So it is as
intelligence.
simple as in the EIIE evaluation content, you generate 9 questions. 1 question per intelligence type. As an example, I'm saying. So it is not that it's a 9 combination of different lessons. See, we are saying that we want to develop well-rounded human beings, which means in all the lessons our focus is to develop 9 intelligences, right? So EIIE is the fundamental workflow, which means that they will learn by explanation. How do you explain? Is it a visual explanation or an auditory explanation? That's the question. Then they will investigate, right? Then they will investigate. How will they investigate? Maybe a question or a activity, right? So EIIE is the way every lesson is going to be structured.
Investigate was, from what I understood from Darshan, explanation is going through the elements of the lesson.
Yeah.
Investigation is the student asking questions.
Which means that
Which means I don't understand this.
Correct.
Or what is this in this video?
Correct.
Or
So these are the 4 steps that
what I'm
ultimately
saying that
ultimately
not being the content.
for this to happen, knowledge experience to happen, EIIE, the content will be consumed in these 4 steps. Okay, which means that every lesson, every content will have these 4 imbibed in it. First part will be E.
I feel it's difficult. What I'm saying is the content is not directly mapped to EIE.
It is.
The delivery of it is mapped to EIE.
The content has to be mapped to EIE.
The content may have elements of various things for rendering EIE, but rendering is different from static thing. Why I'm saying that is One, in the investigation, what is being there is handled by LLMs and fed back into this as a feedback to the teacher, and that again goes back into the lessons for later thing. In the EIA, what is the second I?
Interaction.
Interaction is also handled by them. The teacher only gives feedback in the lessons as to what to ask, what additional artifacts to attach to the lesson for that.
Let me give you an example, see if it clarifies. Let's take the Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah.
So let's say I want to explain Pythagoras theorem.
Yes.
So there is some, for the time being, let's keep it simple, some reading material, right? Can you all participate?
So
Vijayji, this is interaction, implementation and evaluation.
Okay.
Implementation.
Yeah. So let's take Pythagoras theorem as an example. So I want to learn Pythagoras theorem. I will give a reading material. Okay, let's say half of my reading material. So now I need my LL, this tool to generate that reading material. Okay. Correct? That's the first step. Correct. Now what's the next step?
Implementation.
No,
Interaction.
interaction.
First I is interaction.
First after explanation, interaction. So now, as a teacher, I want the student to ask some questions and investigate. So I will have a section which says that look at these questions, investigate these questions. Okay.
Correct.
Then what additional questions you may ask?
So that day, the one if you see, interaction was with the chatbot, right?
Right.
The student has to, there will be a chatbot, which is our AI.
Which is like a topic, okay.
Interaction is with
The teacher has already given some
both
seed questions.
maybe a question and a quiz followed by text box and a quiz followed by.
And what additional questions? Right. So that's the second type of question. Second type of content that I got for the same lesson.
Correct.
Now the third one is
Implementation.
implementation. Now the teacher only has to give us some kind of implementation project, right? Some activity, whatever it is.
Correct.
That's the third type of content. Then the fourth type of content is evaluation. Self-evaluate. So as a teacher, I have to generate it. So as a teacher, whenever I'm generating a lesson, whatever I call as a knowledge experience, I have to generate all the four content for all the four steps. E, I, D. Okay, this is clear. Now, the content type I'm generating, for example, for explanation, the same content I may say, I generated the content, reading content. Somebody doesn't like reading, so hear it out. So I may say, can the same thing be available as audio?
That is work.
Right? That is where the work. So each of the four simply has to be presented as a work also. Each of the four, as an example.
That's at the rendering point.
Right. Right. Now comes the tonality. Tonality is, when I'm generating the content itself, I'm saying, make sure that it has the, what kind of tone is it? Playful. Yeah. So
Descriptive.
E is playful. I is formal, as an example. Okay. So it is the same content. Again, I'm not changing the content. And the same content is rendered as audio, video, so on and so forth. Now the 9 intelligences, where is the 9 intelligence? Is an outcome of this learning. So I have to develop the 9 intelligence.
Yes. Agree. Yes, it makes sense.
No, then I don't agree.
Okay.
9 intelligence is also a part of study material, rendering. So what happens is that when you say any concept can be explained for a person with musical intelligence in certain way. For a person with guidance in work is
Okay.
okay. So 9 intelligence is both an input and outcome.
Okay, excellent proposition. So then the way we can think is, say, for example, let's say the baseline content, the baseline content is EIIT, and let's say as a teacher, I am comfortable in reading the content. Okay, I generate the content, baseline content as text material. Then I am asking it to be converted into a
That is work.
No, not only one. I'm coming to that. I'm saying the same content. Make sure it is converted for a musically intelligent child.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have all these again. The same base content convert as a music activity,
But that is not aimed at the rendering point or creation point.
So okay, now that is where our model of curation. How important is curation for the 9 intelligences? See, EIE, we all are agreeing that curation is necessary, right? And now it is become a simple problem. It's only 4 blocks appear here, and as a teacher, I have to give a thumbs up. Now, work is not something that I need to worry about. Let's say that is a more of a technical issue.
Correct.
Yeah, for the time being,
Correct.
9 intelligence also now I can as a teacher say, look, as long as you are essentially creating the whatever the kinesthetic activity based on this base content that I have given a thumbs up, then I don't have to review. Then I am done with the nine types also. I don't have to do a 9 type review.
While
The question Prabhuji is, see, 4 blocks of content has been created for Pythagoras theorem, E, I, D. Now what happens if I have to generate each block for 9 intelligence type? So then 4 into 9 becomes my 36 is items I have to review and approve. Yeah.
36 into 4.
36 into, yeah, let's say if I have to approve the work also.
Yeah.
For the time being, what I am proposing is, let's keep the work aside. Let's say we rely on the tool. If there is a correct text, the tool can speak it out. Say for example, if there is a correct text, somehow.
Yeah, it's basically more of a delivery.
Delivery issue. Right? Work is a rendering issue. So therefore, let's keep the work issue aside. 9 intelligence alone is the question now. Do we have to evaluate for, if, let's say the base content is approved by the teacher, and somehow, we have a assurance that based on the base content, the musical intelligence, how it teaches, we are able to rely on the rendering time. Then the teacher doesn't have to approve 9 into 4, 36. Teacher has to approve 4.
What is the code?
E-I-I-E.
Yeah. So basically, see, the teacher is practically impossible for the teacher to understand entire thing.
Yes.
He will actually do sample basis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then once he gets a confidence, he'll say, I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
It's not that teacher will go through every single thing, he will not go through.
Yeah.
So the challenge is for me is, it is generally not permission combinations.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, as far as I am concerned, it is just one single lesson go through.
Agreed, Prabhuji. The base content EIIE format is what the teacher has to approve, and then how we render. 9 intelligence is a rendering problem. Work is a rendering problem. Is what we are looking.
We are thinking that should be the way, because right now it will be quite complex for us otherwise to handle all this a priori generation and approval by a teacher who is not other, even to generate one, it will take a lot of time, and not more than 10% of that will be directly used for.
And we can improve the content, for example,
Yes,
Prabhuji, by feedback mechanism. We say the base content is approved. We show it to a
Subject.
no, so student. Okay, this is a kinesthetic activity, and we ask, did you like? Okay, I didn't like it. So then it comes back. So like that, we can do a conditional improvement tuning.
So instead of 36 types, maybe we generate some 4 or 5 major types, which is what is there, and give how to generate the other thing. So the other thing can be either rendering type generated, changed and generated, or some feedback mechanism based, we will create additional types to fill in not all the 36 types, to the most required types. Is that okay?
I would say simple, human mind. A big file is available. Okay. I will go through a couple of paragraphs. After that, I will say it's okay.
Yeah.
So only to the extent of verifying.
Yeah.
The content is verified.
Yeah.
Sample basis will check something.
Correct.
Checking everything.
Exactly.
And later improvements probably can be based on feedback. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I would say generate a single file for 1 and 9 is a single file, one lesson.
Yeah.
And at the end, at the receiving end, student end.
Figure out the student type
Uh-huh.
and modify.
And also what happens is that 9 integers 4 and also quizzes related to that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot of combinations.
Combinations.
Correct. Simple.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's say a child has taken physical intelligence.
Yeah.
The quiz will be physical intelligence,
Yes.
not anything else.
Yes.
So that combinations will be generated.
Yeah.
In a single file.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you extract, you based on the tag, you extract and give the right thing to child.
Yeah.
So what you are saying is still generate and store all 36. The student will only choose one of the 36 based on
And choosing a student may enter based on this ability
at the point of rendering.
rendering.
Either it is either generated and rendered, or see, definitely the base content is stored. Base content, based on that I can generate at runtime or earlier, a priori. So a priori model increases the variation, which is not a practical model. So what we can do is, generate and use feedback mechanism to tune it. The moment the student says not a good content.
But the other one, what I understood what he's saying is, you generate the content in a generic way, but at the rendering point, re-evaluate it and regenerate it for the particular intelligence.
Extract.
Correct.
Extract what? Extract the entire, suppose Pythagoras theorem for a musical guy. Do you want the entire musical way of explanation to be stored in the database, or you want to give
Now, let me
at the rendering point, we go and get and then
again, let me help you.
Which is 3,62,880 will be there in 1 plus 8.
Okay, wait. Let me help you. Let me help you, okay, what we are seeing. Let me help you what we are talking.
What is the
3,62,880.
No. What into? Tell me the breakup.
17 factorial by 4
Allama, how did you arrive at it? What are the combinations?
So EIIE
4.
under mark under 9 intelligence.
4 into 4 into 9.
9.
Yeah. How much?
Factorial.
Why?
Each one under each
Oh,
one.
combination you consider.
So it's what Fuji wants. He said one text file. No, it's not one text file. It's a whole and file
So
will crash.
that's why we are going with the LLM approach. Yeah.
So how does that work?
Very simple.
But still you have to, it will come up with 3,62,880 combinations for
It
your
will
lesson.
generate at runtime. That's the beauty of the LLM
At
approach.
generated runtime, we have to sell India.
How do you think when you go to ChatGPT, for everybody it is generating? So it's a unique combination. It is not generating the stored answer.
When the student is getting it, is when the student is asking, then and there it's a real time.
Why do you think we need an LLM at the runtime also? As long as the base content is not modified.
I'll help you, okay? Again, from a user experience.
She's very good for picking somebody along
User experience. I'll tell you the problem. As of now, I'll tell you the real problem as of now. I have to think of. Okay, it's not that this is possible or this is not, but what are the real constraints that we have to think of? And what are the real challenges that we have to think of? Okay. For example, this Khanmigo is powered by ChatGPT 4.0, whatever is the latest version. Okay. Frequently to students, it asks what is 8 plus 12. Student says 20. Khanmigo says it is wrong. What will we do about that? If we rely on an LLM.
No. So we'll solve that. That's a separate problem.
Okay.
When I say real-time delivery, I don't mean everything. See, that's why the model that I'm proposing is think in this way. Generation followed by curation of what I refer as a base content. Okay. Base content. Using the base content, you generate variations at runtime.
That's right.
No, but what I'm saying, Guruji, is if it cannot get 8 plus 12 right, how we are confident?
We will look into specific problems. Let's not already. That's where.
Boss, then we cannot use computers at all.
No, what I'm saying is we have to think about. I'm not saying we should not do anything, but we have to think about it.
Base content, with create base content is the reference. The LLM has to answer all the questions or generate runtime within that framework. Base content.
We will see how to tune.
Understand? No, what I'm coming at, see, that's exactly at least see what I'm coming. Let me tell you what I'm coming.
That factorial business doesn't come to.
Let me tell you what I'm coming at.
Yeah.
Second is that Sakshi was recently interacting with Gemini. Okay, I was next to her. And Gemini told that Brahma is the Lord responsible for auspicious beginnings. And I told her that no, it is not the case.
Yeah.
Okay, I said Ganapati is the Lord. Sakshi said no, Gemini says Brahma.
No, so see, it's exactly the problem that we need to solve. That is why curation and constraining the LLM to operate within that only,
Correct.
and the feedback mechanism. We will have to build this model robustly.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah.
So training this is going to be the main effort
Correct.
in the entire training the LLM
Yeah.
properly
Yeah.
is going to be, and it's not a technical task. It's a task which revolves a lot around, testing out the output and feeding it with right content
Correct.
and ensuring that the output is right.
Absolutely. No doubt. But see, the generating the combinations is out of equation.
Correct.
Right. They are not practical.
Correct.
So what is the most practical model? It is the most practical model.
Correct.
So here, as that's why then now the tuning the aspect comes into the picture. We cannot really say that day one we are 100% thorough, right?
Right.
So we will have to figure out, for example,
Yeah.
the first 3 months, maybe strategy, or first 3 week strategy. So that is a release time problem that let us solve. But in terms of the fundamental model, of how we will address the 9 intelligence types and the what model is some basic content, which is EIIE structured, approved, and at runtime using LLM to render variations.
LLM or SLM BGT? So what is SLM? SLM is small language model.
We have to see, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
For the time being, I don't have a
Gemini is LLM bigger.
That is what I'm thinking.
You have to give AI tutor.
Yeah.
Okay, AI tutor will give a variety of learning.
And it will be integrated into our.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So we have to figure out this model.
That's actually
SLM.
LLM only. A Gemini, we said, an AI tutor is Gemini. Okay. So the Gemini tutor will tell, based on the child's question, it will go which intelligence is required, based on that it will do. No, it's expensive.
And then how, Vijay? You have to see the cost involved also, no?
Correct. That's why we have not decided on Gemini. But
No, it's a real
the
time
way
data
to-
only I'm asking.
we have to solve it.
That's only a real-time solution.
Either that way or you have to generate on 3 lakhs, whatever number you get.
62,080.
And who will sit and verify all that?
Oh, you said no, teachers will sit and manage.
I don't say that. We will talk
I
to
don't
them.
say that. I said just read first place and say it's okay.
Generating the variation.
3 lakh lessons is impossible, that is for one topic.
It is the right approach where AI tutor will be able to give the runtime coaching.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. And we'll have to build some kind of a feedback to see whether it's working effectively or not. All that is where
Yeah.
our
walk and what do you call 9 type of
intelligence.
actually basically AI tutor.
Correct.
Okay, it's runtime.
It is runtime.
EIIE, work and intelligence.
No, the AI will be covered in the generation part.
Curation has to be EAE.
AI. Okay, but then
Work and 9 will come, runtime is what you are saying.
others need to be combinations.
Can we break and go for lunch and come back?
Vijay ji,
हाँ जी.
Vijay ji,
Yes,
I want to share my screen. Can you please?
You want to share your screen?
Ah,
Sure. But people want to break for lunch. You want to break for lunch and share, or you want to share and then break for lunch?
it will take only 2 minutes, Vijay ji. You please see. That's all.
Your screen is now visible, meaning.
I can share, right?
Any core discussion.
Yeah.
Because entire thing is dependent.
Yeah, we are able to see your screen.
Vijay ji, this is what I asked
One
ChatGPT.
minute. Can we all listen to Anupama ji? Yes, Anupama ji.
Vijay ji, regarding this EIIE and 9 intelligence and narrative styles, the tones.
Yeah.
Okay, I took the topic gravity. So asked it to give me the explanation in narrative style. Okay, I chose
Yeah.
only one style. And
Yeah.
regarding the I and I interaction and implementation,
Yeah.
for those I have it is applying.
Anupamaji, your voice got broke. Can you repeat that? For EIIE, for investigation and interaction?
Implementation and interaction, I have
Yeah.
chosen activities and puzzles or quizzes where the 9 intelligences will be applied. So it is giving activity for each intelligence. So
Okay, this is one another way of solving. Here,
yeah, so
you know,
that the combination of one lesson will be minimal, no?
so what you have done is, Anupamaji, you have injected into the, say, either the one of the I part or the E part, the 9 intelligences.
No, yeah.
Correct.
I and I, the double I part will be covered in 9 intelligences.
Yeah, here, correct. So
Because
this is,
when the child come and talk about the particular topic, the linguistic and intrapersonal, interpersonal, that intelligences are covered.
got it. Yeah, so this is also one another way of solving the G. Definitely. So we can, I think we need to propose this to Darshan Ji, examples of both these. And then, so in her model, the double I and the E, she has already injected the 9 intelligences, which means that we no more have a combination problem.
So, which means only the E is originally generated.
E will be generated.
And IIE is changed as per the.
No, it is also generated. Okay, what she is doing is, in the interaction or in the implementation, she is generating 9 types of puzzles. One targeted at
Activities or models, creating models.
Questions are 9 types. So basically questions are 9 types. And based on the question, he can go to runtime and learn more about the details.
Yes.
That's 9 types.
Yeah.
He may or may not, he may not get the 9 intelligence thing because he has started, right?
No. It is generated. So 9 questions. Imagine every lesson has 9 questions. And the 9 questions, one question belongs to one type of intelligence. As an example, rough example. Which means that now the problem has boiled down to the 9 intelligence is gone in terms of runtime. No more you have to worry. At runtime, you now only have to deal with work. That's another way of solving the problem. That's also nice optimization. Yeah, learning content. Yeah.
Specific intelligence, you can always go and learn from that Gemini.
Yes.
More.
Yes. AI tutor.
Yeah.
Nupamaji, can you just put your document generated in the.
Sure, Shravanji.
What's her name? Sorry.
But in the work, Prabhuji, the V, so the same base content, if we prompt, okay, give me in a visual way, how it does, we need to see whether it is reliable or not.
Gravitational force. Generate an image of some apple falling.
Yeah.
Or it can be video.
Yeah.
Right. So work actually
Is a rendering.
Not rendering.
Correct. Yeah. That is what at the consumption time.
Every time we get the very complex runtime. So for better visual, I want a video of a apple park.
So then what you are telling to me is 4 varieties of the same lesson.
And 9 types of quizzes.
It's already integrated.
Yeah.
One type of lesson means it already has 9 intelligences. Let's say for a reading mind. So they read the explanation, they read the interaction, they read so on and so forth. So it's all 9 intelligences already injected into it. that gets replicated 4 times. VAR.
Then it makes sense for us to separate the explanation part as an item, the assessment part as another item, and the what is the other one? The
Investigation.
assignments part as another item.
Evaluation.
Investigation is anyway decided by is the questions and maybe some hints to the investigation part. Yeah. Yeah, implementation, yeah, implementation is the activity part.
So they have explanation, interaction, implementation, evaluation.
If that's the case, maybe as a content, we can have these things stored in
4 types.
4
For every lesson,
4
4 into 4. EIIE, that is 4. And in 4 variations, bar variations. So 16 types of content will be there for every lesson.
Yeah.
Ideally, today mark would have been at the
Hmm.
rendering.
Yeah. If you could get a reliable solution,
See, I'll tell you.
but it requires probably looks like at least 8 gig machine. So I think even the basic version requires a slightly higher end laptop.
See, I'll tell you the small problem of user experience, okay? Google's Gemini is all, I mean, how Google is thinking already about this. Gemini is already very powerful. Powerful. It can pretty much probably do all these things that it can, what we are planning about right now.
Right.
Okay, it is already offering a teacher assistance. Okay, so why it is not yet offering a student assistant?
I think
In Google Classroom.
Yeah.
It is already offering a teacher assistant.
Yeah.
Then why it is not yet already offering a student assistant?
What do you mean student assistant?
Because I think the fundamental model I also think is the same. Generate, curate. Unless it is curated, even any of these LLMs, they are not yet for factual information able to rely on it. So they need a human in the loop.
Yeah.
So again, that is based on our assumption that this model will work perfect.
No, what I feel is the assessment is both generated by student. Like if you are making a question, it will tell you how many marks you have got in that query, in that quiz. Okay, which is then combined with the inputs from the teacher, and finally it's converted into badges or something.
Correct.
Right? So the assessment is twofold. The automatic assessment and the final assessment from the teacher. Okay. The automatic assessment has to be used because nobody can keep counting the number of correct answers, wrong answers. That will be given by the
And the students also, teacher will not have the control over the students. Mentor. That's what, mentor. Mentor has the ability to give the marks. Only then the students will listen to the mentor. Otherwise, that behavior and
And I'm trying to think from a very different perspective. Why it is that in Google Classroom, Gemini is not yet available as a student bot? What is the reason for that? Google is such a big company.
You have an answer for it? You have an answer for it?
Yes, Guruji.
What is it?
They will be running into legal problems. Because what happens is that
If you give the wrong answer.
if it gives a wrong answer, then it is directly teaching something to students without supervision. That is the reason they are passing this supervision model,
Yeah.
where teachers are generating the content and it is passing to students. Okay, Google does not want to take responsibility of what is true or not. Okay, if Google generates direct output to student, then it is Google who is responsible for telling the student what is true.
That's why we need a human influence. In any
Exactly.
content curation has to be done by humans.
Yeah, but what happens is that even this basic content, once we train a model on top of it, as long as it is a language model, there is always a chance of it being incorrect. There is always a chance of it being incorrect. So we need to, I'm not saying we should not do anything and we should not expose it to students, but we need to think about a user experience in which we protect ourselves from that responsibility of telling something to students which is not correct.
Which may be,
Where do you,
Yeah.
how the protection?
That is the user experience portion we have to
The
figure out.
protection comes, if the LLM or SLM is forced to answer only from the curated content, not going beyond curated content. Okay, so the curated content is what you are generating, and that content has to fed to SLM or LLM, and the answer for it is the framework of the curated content.
and the temperature is 0, so that it only answers from that content. It doesn't generate anything out beyond that scope. So that is one way, that's one way of restricting its behavior.
So my challenge is Vijay, to give a work model, Gemini has to be used.
Yeah,
The Gemini has multimodal.
yeah,
It will be expensive for a student.
as a student time. If it is not,
Maybe
we'll.
If the control student to generate, then our expenses will shoot up like. That's why we never wanted to do a real time thing to them.
No, one way we can solve that, Prabhuji, is once the basic content is approved and curated, no, then we can tie up with Gemini behind the scene, meaning use this as the basic content to generate the variation.
Generation, variation will end up with a lot of multiple permission.
Not multiple. Now with the model that we just now are discussing, if let's say Anupamaji's model is approved, then we are essentially talking about only 4 into 4 variations. That model is okay. That model we can, yeah. I think we should probably push for that model for now.
I'll come.
This part will clarify the question.
Yeah.
Yes, Guruji.
About
We
the-
have to be very clear on that.
So if we show him 1 or 2 examples of how the content is going to look like and how the students are going to.
No, I think one step is clarified.
No, but if he doesn't see Prabhuji,
No, I'm saying what models would want to use.
hmm,
Very simple. At the generation point, I give this thing. Then 9 instances. Can it be?
is it integrated into the lesson itself? Or is it?
No, we make it let us not make it integrated lessons. We can make it within the this one.
No, when I use the word lesson, Prabhuji, what I mean is that EAIE,
Yeah.
it is integrated into EAIE, right? So therefore, that is not a separate.
Say, every child you have to evaluate 9 intelligence again and again.
Yeah.
Because ultimately 9 intelligence is what we are trying to develop.
Sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Every child,
Huh.
9 intelligence evaluation is required anyway.
Yeah.
And also you have to keep building whether 9 intelligence is or not.
Yeah.
So evaluation model 9 intelligence can be integrated.
So that way, the problem boils down to only 4 types. Work.
Correct.
But that was a nice discovery, no?
Yeah.
As we as we
Yeah.
traveled.
It came down from what? 36 lakhs, 3 lakhs something to
62,880 combinations.
216. So what is the gain? What is the percentage gain? Huge.
Oh,
See here, Vijay,
yes, Prabhuji.
out of that, with the walk, no,
Yeah,
visual, auditory, and reading
yeah,
and kinesthetic.
yeah,
Out of that, visual and auditory,
yeah,
it is. See, visual,
Yeah.
reading is just a text. Or
yeah.
kinesthetic is also text.
To prompt an activity.
To prompt an activity. It's a more of a text. Kinesthetic and text. Only auditory and visual are real-time intensity. So actually, a auditory plugin can be there into our where text data can be read out.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Actually, for what I am conversational auditory. Okay. Conversation auditory tends to be conversation. So we need a engine.
Some engine at the runtime.
Other than LLM, if you have conversation what I call conversational
It is only restricting that particular task. That's fine.
No, which is okay. But the problem is generating the audio tidbit in a way that it doesn't suffer the user
If I
experience.
get a what I call as a conversational AI, conversation not AI, conversational agent plugin. Okay, then what my problem is real time SLM is solved. Okay, then it requires visual anyway has everything. You don't make it optional.
Yeah.
Visual and reading and kinesthetic is there everywhere. It's not kinesthetic is not expression. Reading is expression. The only real time is visual and auditory. Auditory challenge it has to be multimodal. It's like conversation. So conversation we have to have a get a plugin. And in my opinion, much of the Windows is a plugin. Conversation AI. Conversation, for example, I'll say no. Open the window. You open.
Okay.
It has a conversation plugin. It doesn't require AI engine for that. Sometimes Microsoft has it.
Those are for short commands.
Then we are going back to one more question. If this can be solved like that, why 16? I still see only 4. What is 4? AIE. And WARC itself is still.
WARC is also integrated into the lesson itself. In the WARC, what Prabhuji is saying
But
is
not 16.
No.
It is only a.
Implementation is K only. In what K, kinesthetic is nothing but I in EIE. Implementation is what hands-on activity.
It's actually hands-on activity. Kinesthetic is just an expression.
Yes.
Go and fetch a ball, throw the ball. It's an expression. K is
Same thing is implementation.
that's implementation only.
These are saying implementation is nothing but the project activity.
Yeah, it will come in the project activity. K.
K.
Explanation comes in the text form.
And now reading is nothing but the theory part, which we are giving in E.
Yes.
E is explanation which I am reading, right?
And also a visual.
there can be a video, there can be a picture.
E is coming there only. Because in our lesson plan, we are giving a combo of video, audio, this and the project.
Correct. That's already integrated.
Yes.
So K is the evaluation part.
Yeah. Because we have a project activity to be designed. He says you need a special tool for designing this. Darshan says, create a separate AI tool which will design a project. It's not a normal
A tell the project.
That's okay. That is more for content generation.
It's not a tool.
That's okay. That's okay.
So I will remove the last E, which is evaluation. What is coming as E, I.
Line intelligence also, we just now arrived at the same conclusion. Is also integrated.
Correct.
The quizzes are line.
So it is no more.
EI, the first is interaction.
That's all. What we have to ensure is the 9 intelligences are considered during creation of the question.
Just the AI and WARC are now 6. Visual and auditory two modes.
Yes.
I is visual and auditory two modes. This I is anyway calcific only. And E is only evaluation is at the back end, so it is common, it is only visual.
Fine.
So totally we have 6, 7 days, like from 3 lakhs, somehow works.
No, actually 7G. 7G, the way I see it, there are only two types. So let's say EIIE content is one, say for the time being. And that is available as a reading content. Then all that we are talking about is the same content to be available through auditory.
Yeah, but he's saying pre-store that V and A also.
It's part of the lesson.
It's part of the lesson.
Yes.
See, your EIIE, so some E can be reading material, some part of the E is already a visual material.
Yeah, that is fine. The only thing is still it will be two types.
They can read,
Lessons will be
they can read, like a podcast, they can listen to it.
No, in the prompt only we can tell that whatever you are generating, give a audio file to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, from 3 lakh we brought it to 2.
So I was very, it's a 10,000 then chat, he said 3 lakhs.
So you got it to 2. That's
Yeah,
right.
it would be all-
Yeah, great. Thankful for
Oh.
I think, manageable.
We will publish it like this to Darshan ji, that this is how it will be. Bloom's taxonomy is a kind of like a maturity level. Maturity
So
level.
yeah, I will help us to understand what is this problem, okay? And what we are really looking at. Right now, these all are, whatever models are out there, are LLMs. Okay, large language models. When we say 2 plus 5 to 8, it does not recognize it as a concept. That it is 2, then we are doing addition, and then we are having 5. Okay, 2 plus 5, when we say it is all 3 things in that, it is recognizing as TWO, addition, and FIVE. Language. It is not actually conceptual in its own. It is saying 2 plus 5. That means when it is putting an output, it is like memorization. Whatever it has memorized, what is 2 plus 5? If it has right thing in its memory, then it will say 7. If it does not have that, then it will say something else. Okay, so that is the inherent limitation of the current technology. Now, that is not to say we cannot use that. Okay. Another parallel that is coming up right now by Meta and some of the Chinese companies is something called WLM, which is called world model, which is actually a conceptual model of the world, where they map concepts to models rather than language to model. So that is in the progress and it will come up in a year or 2. Till that time, we have to use LLM. That is acceptable and that is not a problem.
So they're coming with LCM.
Yeah, LCM
Large
also.
concept model.
Yeah, large concept models. So concept models are also coming, and that will be, once they come in, this problem is solved. Till that time, what will happen is, let us say we generate this content. Okay. Now this content is generated and LLMs or whatever AI models will interpret it at runtime and deliver it differently to the students. It's fine. The problem is that it will, like I said, generate wrong answers at times. Okay. Now, one is that we need to protect ourselves. Second is that in order to reduce wrong answers, the amount of feedback loops it will need to go through is significant. So I think what I was trying to come at is that once we generate these basic contents and the feedback loops it needs to go through will be the largest portion of it in order to ensure that there is correctness in the delivery.
That's why right now it reduced to
Huh.
fundamentally a single type of content.
Correct.
It is not even multiple.
Exactly.
So we don't have to assuming the EIIE and the
Hmm.
content itself incorporates the work and the 9 types of intelligence. We have solved the problem by making the content itself tuned to that. So therefore, it is a single content delivered either as a readable content or delivered as an audio content. Audio content subject to, when they generate, it will generate an audio file. So like that, we will first audio file. So that is how we will solve for today.
Yeah.
So there is no runtime rendering. There is no more runtime problem. We just now solved it.
We are not taking the content generated LLM directly. We are feeding textbooks into the LLM and asking the answers, curating the content based on the textbooks.
See that model? There's a generation, there's a curation. Curation is very important.
Generation part, okay, we have 5 textbooks from NCERT.
Correct.
That we are feeding. And all the curated content is coming out of that. It's not coming out of LLM's.
Yeah, that's fine, Guruji. What I'm saying is that when that is exposed as a chat to the student, what we are saying is that this delivery interactive part, that's also fine. That's not a problem. But that feedback loop, we will have to do a lot of that exercise.
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah. So that is a significant exercise. That's why we should get this prototype running so fast as soon as possible, so that the next stage comes, and in next stage we start looking at the real content and start going through that feedback loop.
We have to start using it.
Yes, very fast. That's what I'm trying to come here.
Within the next 3-4 weeks, it would be great if you can release a V1 of at least this much. So that way we can keep seeing the actual content.
Correct.
Vijay, you have a meeting with Vivek, right?
No, he hasn't yet confirmed.
Yeah, Vivek, what we should do?
We
take his what do you call this?
approach.
AI model.
Yeah.
Plug in.
Yeah.
That's all. We'll not integrate with the rest of things.
We'll understand what he has done, Prabhuji, because from whatever I'm seeing, is not responding on time, which means that
It's ready.
Yeah, that's why.
That's one thing. Another thing is the way he's working, he doesn't want to split his thing and give a part of it.
No, he is basically he wants to have products like me.
Correct.
Like me.
Yeah.
Take one AI model from him.
If he is ready with that and if he is willing to share, Prabhuji.
Yeah, it's all one plugin for it. No. It's not integrated now.
He doesn't want, he's always integrating it into that.
See,
Now he has to
even
make it
to
as
expose
separate.
the data that we have generated backwards, he was hesitant. So let's understand from him, Prabhuji.
Then we have to think of our AI model.
This is
No.
yeah.
We can generate AI training model.
Exactly.
Students learning.
Oh,
Yes.
That model we have to generate.
Yes,
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I am okay.
Okay, Prabhuji. Okay.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Yes, Ashwini.
Guruji cracked the final destiny.
What is the final thing?
We have to work on the training module.
Yeah, we have to training model. Not that day, no, big deal. AI technology, we have been teaching AI for now, have been teaching for kids. Many years.
We have been learning AI for 3 months.
Okay. ಎಲ್ಲ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ She's taking laptop to Kumbh Mela and dipping it so that AI works properly.
not take a decision.
You take it for what is the better. With your laptop, with your AI program, will take that.
So, Guruji will get a new laptop.
Okay. Okay, Dev.
We will ensure that laptop now will have divine intelligence.
Yeah, I missed the part where how it became only 2 out of the 36,000, whatever we lacked thing.
Here is Gayatri ji.
Now
So-
summarize.
She's super.
Okay, is Anupama ji back?
I don't know whether she is there.
Is Anupama ji back?
But we have to thank her. She gave
Yes.
a good
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good twist, turning point. Yeah.
turning point.
Otherwise, everybody were thinking the same problem, and the problem was magnifying actually. So
That's the advantage of having somebody who is not here,
correct.
because we got swept away by that.
She's
She has come on.
I am
Anupama,
here, Vijay ji.
we all are doing this to you.
Yes.
I am doing back to you, Vijay ji.
So,
The math was going very big, so I cannot handle it. Just tried something. That's all, Vijay ji.
Problem was very much magnified actually.
Correct,
So
correct.
you came and gave a different direction.
okay, so,
Solution now?
yeah, the solution is, so Ashwini ji, there are 4 steps in any content. E, I, E. Okay, that is given. Any learning will happen through these 4 steps. And during that E, for example, you will have, say, explanation. There can be a reading explanation, there can be a video explanation, there can be a visual explanation. Give the explanation in as rich format as possible is the prompt you may give. So that way the
So one is covered.
right, work is already covered. In the E, similarly in the I.
I.
Now think of the I and the E. There, the 9 intelligences. You post questions and activities according to the 9
Such a way
intelligences.
that all the 9 intelligence.
Right.
So that way, what has happened is, all the 9 intelligences are integrated into the single content that you're producing. So we boil down the problem now to single content will be there. Of course, we have 4 sections, E, I, E, and that content can be probably heard by the user, which requires only a read aloud kind of a feature. It is not work. So let's not confuse that with work. It's more of a read aloud, or I will read, or I will see.
So only the activity is going to be on 9 intelligences.
We'll see. Even in the explanation or anywhere, depending upon your prompt, no? See how it can inject 9 intelligences. There can be 9 small explanations, 9 examples, things like that, Maybe as we go further, we can understand. But the way we solve it is for now, by combining that into the content itself. It's not a variation of the same content.
One thing and good.
Thank you very much. So, Annadato Sukhi Bhava, both of you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Even whatever Anna he gives to me is Piksha only.
Annapurneshwari. Thank you.
I will also make a move with it. Yeah, go.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
But from my UI perspective, I think if they're letting before you go.
So, Vijay, so this first screen, this create content UI is confirmed, right?
Yeah, for now. I think maybe.
Here what the UI has to be.
Yeah. So now you can. So the problem is now EIIE prompt will have to be work and 9 intelligence based.
Yeah, so I think these APIs, is what we will need for the.
So that now Shravanji, you and I can work independently, because now there is enough of common clarity. So that way we can maybe start from tomorrow, start publishing the interface list. Okay, so because we identified this whole thing into, if you really think about it, what needs to be done now is
ChatGPT already generated all the APIs.
Yeah, so we will only a human in the loop. We will only have to be a human in the loop. See, these 6 microservices, we will now start identifying the APIs for these 6 microservices. That's the first task that let us take up. And then we'll start exploring the database side, right? And the TeachMate team can start generating now the LLMs, right? The GPTs. You will generate the GPTs or will you generate the through API? You will have and that GPT will be exposed as API also, right?
Endpoints, API endpoint.
No, what does the GPTs do? Some basic question again, but.
So, you have tried many GPTs right by now, like, some writer blockbuster, which our Sukin has created.
I know what is GPT is.
Yeah.
What are you doing with GPT here?
So we will create content GPT.
Specific content will be generated using LLMs.
E-content. See, with all this prompt, no, the class, topic, subject.
First,
That's what I'm asking. Now,
that is very important.
now you are very smart enough to just generate a small VS Code for doing this.
Correct.
Yeah.
Your GPT, your
It
calling.
will be easy for the teachers to use GPTs is what we felt. Like if you see coming on now, it is a set of GPT tools.
Are they using GPT or are they using the UI? Teachers.
Our teachers will use our UI, no? So why are you? Yeah.
Behind that, you only have your VS Code. That's enough.
Maybe for their testing, if they need a GPT.
Now we'll do that because we have to have clarity what you're going to do. with it.
For testing, we can use chat.
So you have to finally come up with
API. And it will be exposed to us as APIs.
API.
And that will go into this layer here. See, this LLM-MS layer will have all this collection of APIs.
Yeah, so we will be owning generate and all APIs. Generates and then this presets and all APIs.
Yeah.
And they will be owning the actual LLM APIs.
Yeah.
Which will be talking to the.
So let's think in this way. Shravanji, please tell me if you feel it is okay. See, first is Shravanji, you can start designing the teacher MS APIs.
Okay.
That way, and that too, we don't have to crack everything. For the time being, the whatever is needed for the generation part, right? So that way we have clarity about the APIs.
You had the meeting link.
Huh?
I have not opened it. Can you? I'll just show what is there in this in a minute.
Yeah, we share it with the.
No, we'll deep dive 7G because double G has to go. So one is teacher MS. It will be the first thing that 7G will start doing. That way you have clarity. Okay. And you will start developing this UI.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm planning is that this UI itself is very simple. Like half an hour, this entire UI will be there.
Yeah.
As soon as the APIs are available and actual integration is available.
So for you, rather than his APIs, their APIs will be more important because theirs are the core APIs which generate the actual content. His APIs are more of embellishment.
So they will be providing the /generate API.
Okay. So to that API, you will send the payload.
No, but so there has to be a service that exposes it. So they will be owning that entire service, or they are just developing the.
Let them develop the API, then we will figure out, how to deploy that as a service.
Because
for the time being, it could also be very simple. VS Code checkout, and you build it locally because ultimately they're using OpenAI. ChatGPT.
No, what I'm concerned about is how will the UI talk to the API that they develop.
So those API, you can run locally for the time being, but I will also look at how to enable.
Exactly, how to expose the API.
Yeah, just see this.
Yeah.
In this, what we are trying to. These are workflows. I'm not lesson update workflow. Lesson management APIs are one. Post lessons create is one. How it will be the structure. Then reprompt the LLM. This is the update APIs. Reprompt the LLM or text edit PDF, regenerate multimedia, these are all the things for updation, APIs.
Yeah, but Shravanji, see, for example, now,
Yeah.
these have to be around the LLMMS.
LLMs.
Right.
No.
These APIs that you are exposing are
At
for
the-
LLMMS.
At the teacher UI MS.
LLM.
No.
They are,
He's not assuming the LLM. He's only assuming based on the kind of generate. This is the generate API that he creates for creation in the creation workflow. What I'm saying is, see, the title, whatever he wrote, subject, class level, story, what will be the prompt that will be given, what is the attachment, and what is the content type. This is what the generate. And then he sends this. LLM does that later. This is the student-made app sending this to the backend.
not student-made, teacher-made.
Sorry, to teacher-made app to the backend.
Hmm.
And whatever comes there, I've not shown the view a part of it. I'm only generated to create lesson, update lesson. In the update lesson part, once that has come, then there are giving that lesson ID as the thing, because he's got a lesson, given that ID. There are some services, okay, in this lesson, you reprompt this LLM, whatever prompt I have given, you change it back.
So
So that-
Shravanji, are you talking about in the context of this picture?
In that picture.
So you're talking about
This
teacher
is
MS
only
APIs.
the APIs between teammate UI and teacher MS. That's all.
That's what you are proposing.
Yes.
Okay. So this is to create a lesson.
This is to
Create
a
and
lesson
update a lesson.
and update the lesson.
Okay, all right. So there are two fundamental approaches you can take to create APIs. One is this kind of a verb approach.
Verb.
So create lesson, update lesson. So there's an action already involved in it. The other approach you can take is, which is the RESTful, resource way of interacting with it. Resource way of interacting with it is, for example, I have a post of /lessons. So, which means that I'm creating a new lesson item in a lessons collection. Then
Get lesson.
get of lessons. I will
Get-
use get of lessons,
That means getting a lesson. from
getting
the
basic conditions. Patch of lesson will do some changes to the lesson item, right? So that's a resource way of interacting with the backend.
No, but this lesson ID is a resource only. No?
Illappa, the naming itself. See, this name, I'm talking about a URL. URL will not have a verb convention to it. URL will. Let me just show you.
Oh, you say get and post lesson. That's all. Create won't be there in part of it.
Because the HTTP verb is there, no? Get.
Yeah.
It means that I'm reading.
Yeah, get
HTTP
is, yeah.
post means I'm creating,
Yeah.
right? So,
Post and create. So he's taking,
so you can prompt it as
Ah.
generate RESTful APIs.
I'll make a move. So basically, Shravanji,
yeah.
this interface we need to finalize. But
Correct.
anyways, like the village is saying, we need to be in RESTful format. And we can finalize it whenever possible. I have this context.
Yeah.
So I can help create a UI, these things are easily changeable, not an issue. But once we have working APIs, we can test out the integration.
So one more last thing, Sariji, I know you are in a hurry.
Yeah.
As far as the student made, can we integrate this, gamification part? How do we want student made experience to be showcased to Darshanji? That
Once
was
we have the generation portion, I think those are easy additions. We can add like I don't know what are the UI elements needed here in the.
Anyway, think about that also, because
no, that's not my question. Dhavalji was going to talk to Darshanji to show the student experience. So now my question is, while this has come up, this was a good discussion. Do you want to run that as a parallel thread or hold that thread? You want only Ashwini to continue?
We are already mocking some gamification elements there.
Yeah.
Points and all.
Yeah.
And mocking it up is not a concern.
Yeah.
It's as long as we just tell it to Darshanji it's a prototype.
Yeah.
And it will change as per the actual implementation.
Yeah.
So it's more of, just showing walk through to them.
So my question is, should we show a full workflow of student experience so that, he is okay with it and we can take his feedback? That is one possible path. Another possible path is we do this and Sarji comes up with the APIs. We then
So
plumb.
basically is we implement gamification in the system and then implement it in student mate and, show him an actual integration.
Not actual.
Show him what it is.
End to end. Do you want to go piece by piece to him?
I'm okay either ways because student experience is mostly ready, like the learning experience, and gamification experience is mock. Anyway.
So piece by piece, it will be nice because if he is giving any inputs or new things, yeah, we can, then it will be easy for us to.
Then my suggestion is, let's integrate the gamification experience into the student mate. Go for his review and feedback.
Okay.
Because end of the day, student mate is very important, which goes out to the world.
Whatever you have now, do you both feel that is the actual version that you want to continue to tweak? Don't worry about the API viewpoint.
Certainly, from a content perspective, a little bit yes. Gamification, we are just in a mock-up stage. So gamification, once we are done with that, we can demonstrate. Right now, as of now, we don't want to.
So let's say for example, okay, if let's say that is the main priority, how many more days is needed for you to come to a stage where you think you can go in front of Darshanji?
For with gamification?
With gamification. Again, don't worry about back-end integration. Made up, Mark. Another 2-3 days. So should we, I'm asking this question for all of us, should we consider that as a prime priority so that, Darshanji, Dhavalji and Shiniji focus on that and get it done with Darshanji. And we don't touch the TeachMate app for now. Let the Shravanji do all the API design and database design, and you guys keep doing the LLM and the APIs necessary. And if for whatever reason, you need some UI, you can make up your own UI in Bubble, right? So I'm just asking, would that be a...
Yeah. So that's the right way of thinking. I would say, see, this UI is the least concern.
Yeah.
All I am concerned about is actual working general API.
Yeah.
So if that is available, before I build this UI,
yeah,
it is a much better thing.
Right.
Because this, with this prototype UI without giving generation is
it's a child's play, right? Yeah. So therefore, we'll take that route.
Yeah.
So the two of you can continue to focus on the student mate, so that by next Friday we should have feedback from Darshanji, right? Let's target in that way.
Yeah.
Super. So let that team keep dabbling with it the way they feel appropriate, the way they feel comfortable. But let Dhavalji first focus on that priority, whereas Shravanji will continue to focus on the API and DB design, right? So we all are in agreement.
Sure.
And again, this is mainly the three of us. We are going to go for a resource-based convention of API than a work-based convention. Is that an acceptable thing? Yes. Okay. All right.
Then it's important we also think a little bit of the actual tables.
Huh.
So we may have some tables first.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it
Yeah.
won't understand.
Correct. So that's why what we can do is you can first, with this as an initial model, you can don't worry about the auth and the other thing.
Yeah.
Maybe TeachMate.
TeachMate only happens.
So start designing these tables. Let's review the table design.
Correct.
And then we can easily, given these tables, I want to generate a resource base. These are the resources for now. If we have to do it, give me the APIs. So like that, let's, over the next 2-3 days, by Wednesday, let's also see whether we can get the design done.
Okay.
And my suggestion for this may would be that, to you all, that, once you are done generating the UI, don't stop at that, or generating the API, don't stop at that. You test out with a lot of actual content. Yeah. Because that is what is going to,
Give you
influence a lot of things here.
One thing that is not very clear in this UI proto is EIIE. You need to segment it into 4 sections. That is something that you,
Yeah. So probably try use this prototype to generate a lot of lessons, and you will know that this is this needs to be fixed. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Want to ID?
We will work on the gamification portion. Lesson and gamification.
Clarity how to go.
We will prepare a screen. Okay.
Thank you.
Should I be there or should I?
Should I be where?
For this discussion is between you guys.
No, now let us decide whether we want to continue any further. Thank you. Shravan,
Tell us what, APIs can we come up with for this part of what we have discussed today. So that, they will also be familiar with the API part.
so
Again, for testing only, not.
you have to deal with this side of the APIs. The teacher MS, see what it has to do. Lesson. So creating a lesson API, modifying a lesson API.
Yeah, the general stuff which, Google, whatever Google Classroom is giving for us as teachers, the same APIs we need to create. Yeah.
Further. With that, with your UI, with your LLM, so your experiment is going to give us a clarity about these things. How this thing works connected with this thing.
How the text will generate.
Yeah.
Based on IE.
So when I create an API, supposing I create an API for creating a lesson plan, how do I make it get exposed to the other app or the third party or the student made, any other thing? I mean, finally, somebody has to be able to use my API, right?
Okay, so once when you generate on your machine, we will deploy it onto some cloud service, some Google Cloud service.
So all these APIs which we see, supposing for Google Classroom, they are all deployed on
some server somewhere. Yeah.
That is what I was wondering, how another person can use the API.
Yeah, so we will also deploy it onto some Google Cloud service. So that way, so maybe not next week, maybe the week after that, we'll have to figure out where do we want to host and all that. We will have to start thinking about it.
No, that's not an issue. We can, for time being, we can deploy on some board itself has 2 or 3 services.
That stack blitz, so you can play with that for the time being. Yeah. Okay. So then, let's switch to GitHub discussion shortly. Yeah, we'll have a short discussion. Yeah. Yeah.
What discussion for what?
GitHub. So we'll create a GitHub account now so that all of us can log into that. And we will create the repositories. All that we will do now. GitHub. You all already have. Anupama ji, you have GitHub account. Everyone.
To log in Bolt, to try Bolt for free also we send in through GitHub.
Super.
Yeah.
But making us part of a
So do all of you have your GitHub account using your WizKids email ID? No, why don't you create your own WizKid?
we have our GitHubs, but it's all that's all of private.
No, that's what I'm saying. Can each one of you now, Anupama ji, you also can create a WizKid GitHub ID.
Okay.
Even a repository, WizKid repository.
No. Create an account in GitHub using your WizKid email. Create a new account. Create a new account in GitHub using your WizKid.
Okay.
Bye, Ma. Thank you.
ಪ್ರಜಾಪತಿ
ಅದು ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ?
Now next Bolt with your done in Guruji's account.
No.
So that if I have to access it, I need to access it by GitHub. No. Or you say, oh, the account itself people are using. Let's say the Bolt. No, but because Mr. is there, if you get over in another 2 days. After that, you will have it.
So 25, no?
10 days, 3 more days you may see said.
Oh, 10th year.
So after that, I start using that Guruji's Bolt account. Okay.
Yeah, but at least even after I close the account.
It is still there. This person. I think I use something close it what to do. The next time you should have showing.
It would be necessary. Continue to use until your tokens run out. When you use, make sure that its tokens run out.
3 million is there.
3 million.
Yes, that's why we say that we can use.
So that is at least good. Yeah.
Somebody can use and finish it. That's all I can give.
You can immediately make one. You know, teacher made API. All of you sit together, it will finish in no time. Huh?
No, that's what the GitHub. They cannot access it. No, they have to access through your GitHub only.
Yeah, I'm using that. You should be there.
That's what
You use her
use that Bolt. No.
board for
3 million. 3 million tokens.
You purchase that.
They purchased, that is fine, that will be there in 1 month, yeah. This is getting over in under 2 days.
No, it transfer.
And it has- it
No,
has-
wait a minute. Transfer the paper. After this,
You know, so you open this other Bolt account, it's like 10-15 minutes of this. You keep doing that.
okay.
So
How do you do that? I do master.
export download it in Stackplace we can directly drag and drop, not in Bolt directly.
It's the only problem. Your file by file, you have to create.
Folder. In Bolt it is Stackplace, if you open it, full folder you can just run.
Into cursor. Cursor.
Stackplace, Stackplace is cursor.
No, from there I need to put it to cursor. That is his file by file. Because all my cursor is VS Code. That is the one we have to.
VS project directly.
Even VS Code are.
That is one we have mastered, I think. First few days without Bolt account,
Yeah.
we were moving from one Bolt account to another. That time we were going on moving the code from one place to another.
Because I tried, he said your copy paste.
So, Gayatri, the point is, we have 3 million tokens in his account, which is getting over in 2 days. So use that 3 million tokens. No, it will get, once that account closes, all the tokens are gone. It doesn't carry forward. So it's gone. So within 2 days, you have to.
You
use
want us to
PHP.
make a GitHub account now?
Yeah.
Wait,
Can everyone create your own
my
biscuits
question
GitHub
was,
account?
For Bolt, no, we need a GitHub account where the Bolt is purchased. So I have to log in, I have to connect to that GitHub account.
There's also an email
We are doing it.
option, no?
You can create a GitHub account using your biscuits email. Please do that. So that way.
Bolt itself, you can buy on email. I made a mistake instead of giving a.
Oh, GitHub.
I used GitHub at that time
No, how are you accessing Guruji's that Bolt account is my
by
question.
email.
By username password, is it? Hey, Gayatri ji and Rajita ji or Vijay ji, somebody answer.
We are creating this.
Which amma?
Creating my victims want all those. Email and password you have.
Email and
You're not using the GitHub.
that is the right way actually. I did by GitHub because I did.
So Bolt you're accessing using Guruji's email and password,
Yes.
not by GitHub.
No.
Okay, then fine.
Sorry, I was busy.
No, that's what, because for Shravanji's we're accessing through GitHub, so I didn't want to create a GitHub and connect to that.
Then the news.
Now I create. Okay,
Created,
so that is one more thing, Shravanji. that authentication thing I want to show you and see why I'm stuck there.
You said it's done, working?
No, no, no. Then that also I've asked everybody, everybody's busy with all their own stuff, nobody has time. Maybe I'll charge
No, authentication on,
Google, using Google. Google
no,
up.
no, on, the return URL is for the board or for, outside?
I'll show you later, we'll check.
The only problem with the board is.
What you showed me, no, that one worked.
Which one?
You told, no, give a gold link.
That works.
That one worked. Means that's what I don't think the authentication, after that it asks for my username, password, everything, it goes. Then again it is coming back to the login page. I don't know why. Then I changed according to you said add one more thing to the login page, something, and all I did now that much also is not working anymore. I will show you two videos. Fix that.
What is to create repository?
Illamma, create an account. Account ಆಯ್ತಾ? Yeah. I'll just.
Now we should
Oh, I've already created.
create.
You already have. Using your
With a prompt, right? With a prompt, whatever we have discussed. This UI prompt. Same thing, but we need to implement.
Yeah.
You have to work model, topics, whatever we have discussed, that we have to give it in the prompt. Nine intelligences, but questions.
Make sure that the prompt is, you give all these requirements, ChatGPT and ask them to create a prompt.
We keep doing all the time. Whatever code I have done, I send it to Dawalji, whatever Dawalji then he sends it. So we keep doing that.
what ma?
I'll show you.
GitHub has a Copilot. Copilot is integrated into GitHub. GitHub is now by Microsoft, no?
See, Shravan. Yes.
Create a repository, right?
No, not yet, not yet. I'll create a repository and invite all of you now.
It will get this gold value tax rates for the paid account, in normal account it will not come. Here, of course, any data new project, something like data area. Then it just draws on top.
Yeah, you will open it in Cypress.
No, I say open, I created a new.
Then?
Just drag and drop it. I take some. Account, it's a Google login. At least I downloaded previously.
Yeah, so
Okay, open
now
it.
from this to VS Code, how do you?
Maybe like this one, no, she wanted to know this one, so how to move to this one. So open it in start place, no?
Yeah.
Then here's this source, you can, here the source, okay, delete all these things.
Or the source is in your laptop, huh?
Means I downloaded, no, here, see any project it opens. I'll download it in this, I'll open.
So show me this project in your drive.
Here, export, I would have exported this,
Hmm.
download. It would have downloaded like a zip file. And
Zip file, yeah.
I will extract it, it will come somewhere, anything like this. Then I will just have to take it and then drag and drop it.
Okay.
Here you just direct drag and drop. So, source, yes, any source. Of course, source folder is source one, this is delete one. Delete one. Like that, first you delete everything. And remove the source folder also, delete there. Delete this.
Okay, so now we will have one repository for TeachMate, one for StudentMate, and Shravanji will have a repository for every repo. So this whatever you see right here, every microservice will have a separate repo.
Okay.
So we'll have teachmate UI as one repo, studentmate UI as another repo. Then each of this microservice will be one repo for now.
I know, but right now, each of this microservice, why do you need a repo?
Because you can deploy it separately. For example, you can build what are called as pipelines, build pipelines in GitHub. And you can say, for example, you're making a change to
The
auth
environment will be repeated for so many.
which is okay. But you don't have the overhead of, say, for example, you made some change to TeachMS, then you don't have to worry about, have I made a mistake in pushing the student MS. So TeachMS will be its own.
This is fine. Auth and GK, can we be together? Or
No, because, eventually they'll become big. So, and also whenever you're pushing, right, you can, in the pipeline of pushing, the CI/CD pipeline, it's called CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment. So see, okay, so now just to give a brief understanding, so you're all coding now, you're all developing code. It may be prompt, it may be bold, whatever, but it is code. So that code is the most important artifact that we're creating. At the end of the day, the code is our main value, because that is the one which has to run, right? So how do you generally deploy that? You are now testing it in your local machines. So you're all testing. But now let's say Dhavalji says, hey, I want to test the API by him. Or you say, no, I also want to connect to his API. So how do we do it? We generally deploy it into some cloud environment. How do you do it? There is a method for that. It's called a CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment. What is it? Very simple. So as you are coding, so when you feel your code is at a stage where it is good, you push to where? To a repository like GitHub. Okay. Whenever you commit a change.
I've already learned that. We did it in.
When you commit, you can build what is called as a continuous integration and continuous deployment pipeline. What is continuous integration? Okay, now you have pushed the change to, let's say, teachmate UI. Now it has to be integrated with what? It has to run with TeachMS, and maybe you have developed some test cases for this. All of that has to run automatically. So, okay, so imagine, they are two different programs, but they need to work together eventually. Yeah, you can. No. In GitHub works as a testing environment for them. So, for example, as soon as you push this, you may have, say, some 100 test cases. I'm simply giving an example. Click this button, do this, see whether it is good or not. All that you may have written test cases. We'll go into all that later. So all that can be made to run here in GitHub. And then it can be pushed into a cloud environment where it will work with this, where it will actually connect to this, where some automated test cases will run to verify that all of this is working correctly. Then, you say, okay, I have done my, say, teachmate UI release. So like that, we need an automated pipeline. Otherwise, right now, to learn the tool, it's okay. But as we start going into actual releases, right, this approach will not work. So we need this GitHub and the CI/CD pipeline automation. So we'll learn step by step. Yeah.
We put to GitHub, so it's like a repository, right? Each time I make a change, I will take it from the repository, make change, put it back. But running also, you're running it in.
So what you can do is, GitHub is your place for knowing all the version control, your history. As well as GitHub also gives you the ability to build, test, deploy, all that is. Yes, to certain limits. Yeah, all that we will do now.
Yeah, if you show us a
Pipeline. What do you want?
Can you show us
I'll share the tutorial so that you can practice, because it is something that you need to create a repository. That's why I'm creating a repository now. Yeah.
you share the repository?
And now I'm going to invite all of you to that's why I first wanted to verify that all of you have an account. Now that all of you are telling that you have an account, I'll create a repository.
I'll click on login with Google, right? It does something. That's okay. Let's say I will say this. Continue. Then that's it. Unable to connect the code 515, but actually it's running still. Here, the program is still running.
This is authentication.
What?
No.
After it's successful,
Back.
after it's successful, that time initially it was coming back to the original screen only. So wait. So I don't know if it's successful also.
You show me your interviewer.
Here's the code, no? This is the one. This is the one I have given in the EME file also here, and also in my this one, cloud console. That it worked for you.
Previous code it worked, but in what is not working.
Ashwini ji, what is your biscuits email address?
Email ID ashwini.chennai@biscuits.com. ashvini
dot
ashvini.chennai@biscuits.com. This one, this link happy. Where bolt runs. So ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು.
Okay, what do you want from this my username?
Yeah, I will. You have created using your biscuit the email ID, right? Yeah, I will.
Copy the code. ಇದು ಬೇಡ.
Yeah.
ನಾನು ಆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
SRA VAN
WIZ
Shravan at the biscuits.
biscuits.
No. Your email, email ID. You connected using your email ID, right?
Email ID. But I created the
username is okay. That's okay. No problem. I can access it using your email ID.
That is Shravan dot Murughu at biscuits.com.
ನಮ್ದು once this is all started.
So if you create a repository, we'll have to import that, right?
Yeah, just like any other repository that you use, but you will be able to access this only using your biscuit email ID.
Yeah, but we'll import to that repository, or how do I access that repository?
You've not yet used GitHub, is it?
I use GitHub, but first I created a repository. and I started using it.
Hmm.
Now you are going to create a repository and I'm going to use it.
So I'll send a tutorial which shows you how to fork a repository and start working on it.
That I know.
Ah.
How do I get access to that repository?
I will be inviting you now.
How you will invite?
I'm creating an organization called Biscuits.
Ah.
And in that Biscuits organization,
Then
I'll be
it
creating
appeared to me in the list.
Yes.
What is the import repository then? That's another option.
Yeah.
So that is for bringing some into
Existing. Okay, so now Rajita ji, Ashwini ji, and Shravan ji must have received invitation. Just verify. And now I'm sending to Gayatri ji. Anupama ji, have you also created your GitHub account?
Yes, G.
Okay.
I got a name.
It is optional.
Yeah, I have to say something from admin, get real time, AI course edition, improve code quality and Vijay is asking for an option. Ask for GitHub Copilot.
Yeah, create a new repository.
Yeah. But the Copilot, I think, is a paid version. I have not checked that. Is it free? Yeah.
Just join Biscuits group.
Gayatri ji, you also have been called. Now I'm inviting Ashwini ji. Anupama ji, you also have been invited.
I have joined.
Oh, Guru belongs to someone who's already a member of Biscuits Gurukul. You already have joined, is it?
In the first Biscuits.
AJ is me.
Which one?
AJ is very long. Anupama Jayaraman is very long, Vijayji. So
So AJ Biscuits is you. Okay. All right. That's the thing with most of our names now here. I think mine probably has the longest. Vijaya Kumar Puttaraju. Oh, that is a famous Telugu joke.
What is that? I will tell you my friend's name. The PVK is a PVGVKS Prakash Rao.
Oh, now that PV will be having something.
So I have several times seen this thing recreated and told that to my friends. What? Some Jaya Veera Venkata. Koti Satya Surya Narayana Prakash Rao. Jaya Veera Venkata. Koti Surya Prakash Rao.
Sohan's colleague, no, they alternate every year. Every generation has father's name Arun Nagapur, next Nagapur Arun, next child's name. It's like that.
Okay, so how do we want the repository names to be? Do we want full name teachmate UI or TM-UI? Or do we have a preference?
We use the repository name anywhere except putting it in the thing. So
Once full name will be easier so that it will be.
What is this? It's an interpretation.
Okay, teachmate UI private.
When in school daughters we created repositories, but I never used them.
I
I have almost I have generated a lot of repositories. Everything that I'm learning, I'm found right from YouTube to do project was my first project. After two, everything I put in it. Otherwise, I can't rework on it. That how you cannot keep anywhere else. That is because for you, bubble keeps it. Me and cursor, I have to keep it somewhere.
Oh, cursor doesn't save it.
It only this one in my PC. And if I keep changing it as a cursor, that version will go. So I need a version control. So whatever is working, I'll push it to GitHub and then start playing with it. It goes back and again get back that version, working version, start working on. You know, this is the normal way of working. And by the way, CI/CD also we all learned in that Netlify. We have pushed it to Netlify. Same. In the end, it is only.
Board was also Netlify.
Board, yeah. Board Netlify or.
We used bubble, so we didn't use.
You forgot. We didn't go.
When we started this teachment,
First one, VA.
What is Netlify?
Google VA we used, no?
Vertex.
Vertex. Google Vertex we used. There we have used some other.
Chatbot thing in Google Vertex.
That time we also pushed it into, used some other platform for loading.
Yeah.
Okay, all of you must have already got access to TeachMate UI. Go to your either email or something. That's not there. Go to your GitHub.
Your repository, sir.
Can you see organization invite? In the top right.
In the repositories, we can see organization. No, here, this our profile photo will be there, no? Left side. There you go to your repositories.
So Vijayji, we will get
the
mail from you, the organization, something, right?
Yeah, you must. Can you see? Student-made-UI and teach-made-UI, right?
I don't have any. I say it doesn't, you don't have any public repositories yet.
Here, Ravanji, you go to your personal thing.
Yeah, I went there. I'm in that only.
There, your repositories. Then
My
there,
repositories.
down your organization.
Click on the.
I have to first click on the.
Here, down, organizations here. There you will get.
Click on the.
I've created it under WizKids Gurukul organization.
Your fourth.
You are that.
I will share. So you're all of you are using this VS Code, no? So I'll share a simple tutorial which will help you, and that will.
It's private, it's okay.
We want it to be private. We want it to be
cursor. I can continue to use cursor.
It's up to you. This is a repository. You can connect to anything.
Bold also.
It's up to you. Yeah.
Bold I have to connect. Put my bold.
So for you,
Split that. Same branch.
so we will create one MS. So to begin with, you want to work on TeachMate MS or student MS?
Teacher MS and also create Auth MS and Git MS. GK MS.
So we'll create all the MS. Okay.
Except the last one, because
That we will think next. Okay, all right. So you want these four. Okay. So shall we call it as a TeachMate MS or shall we call it as Teacher MS? What do you want?
Yeah, keep it consistent with the.
UI, no?
Whatever you indicate, same thing is for message.
Okay.
As a repository, further anything they don't.
Right. This is okay.
Yeah, but ChatGPT should have the.
You are keeping a space between them, or it's like teach capital.
No, in the repository, it is all small letters.
Now, podium ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ.
Okay, better, fine.
Hanji, Gayatri ji.
Wait, podium, put it. Here, ask anything, okay. So the whole code, if you want to put act ಯಾವಾಗ use ಮಾಡೋದು? Act code base ಏನು ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದಾ? Welcome to podium. Ask user prompt here. Prompt, okay.
And we will see the error, fix the error.
Okay.
You will create the files here. Terminal, like, you need to go to this terminal and execute whatever you should do. When you are running.
We can give our own avatar.
File name.
GitHub. Yeah, yeah.
The enter will run.
How? By default.
By default.
Yeah.
No, you would use mine is. Last time, maybe by letters. Letters are same, 7 data on this also. Based on that, it's
Text file from Google Drive.
Anupama ji, are you able to access?
Here you were able to do that Google.
Yes, Vijay ji. Teacher mate and student mate is there.
Okay, you must also be able to see these MS, right?
Generating the file.
Okay, cool. So now, I'm supposed to give you all a simple GitHub tutorial.
We should do that.
Settings are ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. Okay. Okay, then I'll try the same thing in this one then, if it is not working in bold. I can try it here and see why it is not working.
Yeah.
But then ಅದು redirect URL ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
Okay, cool. So,
How ಅದು localhost word doesn't work for bold. ಇಲ್ಲಿ that localhost doesn't work. So here we have credentials ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಯ್ತದು ID. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು here you have given a localhost.
okay, I've sent one URL for all of you to go through for GitHub, right? Yeah. And then
Okay, this was one thing I wanted to check with Shravanji.
GitHub tutorial for VS Code.
So,
And then this is how to use GitHub in VS Code. I'm sending you another link. Okay. So these two links, all of you can go through. Okay, Anupama ji?
Oh, yes, sure, ji.
Super. So I think we have covered a lot of ground today. Any questions, concerns, criticism, comments? Anupama ji?
Too much of math today, Vijay ji. Too much of math.
Too much of math.
actually, the mind it was like that only. That why are we complicating so much? My mind it was going to be simple like this only. Why do we need to put all the in one thing?
See, if there is no confusion when you have clarity, how do you know that you have clarity?
That's what we are asking this, that.
ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಾಂಪ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಟಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು.
Okay, all the.
ಮಮ್ಮನ್ನ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭನಾ?
Yourself, that no, there will be a lot of confusion after. But leave it. Finally, Baba is telling, what is there? Why so many classes? Huh?
This one I'm trying to Google.
Gadirji, will you come? We'll say the prayer.
No, no.
Open to this.
Which page you
Which
want?
page? Yeah, that's what we have said.
Oh, you have run now. Can you see that small?
No, I told my husband. My husband is going to office and he's got space for me now. I have taken over his workspace.
Wow.
The whole room is made.
Does he know that you are owning?
His office is now 5 days a week. So he what some option for it. This place work monitor is there.
Okay, one simple question. You allow him to use your kitchen products.
He doesn't make his lazy.
Keyboard.
We have to make and give it to him. We have to go and go upstairs and give
You
it.
are lucky.
Very lucky. Me and her kitchen clashes are so much.
Let's say the prayer.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute. I want to do this and we'll come to it.
Tomorrow we have.
No, where is your?
That's what, see, it comes back to the same page.
Good morning, is it working for you?
How is it successful or not, the authentication? Why it should say authentication successful, then it should go to the next page, right? Why is it coming back to this page?
No, that means,
See,
which page you want to go to?
I had some welcome page, okay? They have done it in, and then there was a welcome page actually according to this thing. There is one welcome page where it's supposed to go to. It's just coming back to this page again.
But did you do the routing there? Did you say routing and it comes back?
How is it?
How does it know that page is there or not?
But why is it coming here? But why is it?
Because this is the only address it has. In this IP address,
No.
if you say in the IP address, admin is the first page.
Okay.
Admin, next page has to be there.
That
Then
one can-
it has,
Yeah, can we, I think she has to stop recording.
So otherwise you right, sign in here and ask